Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey through time, back to Christmas Day 1066. Picture this: Westminster Abbey, candles flickering in the cold December air, and a foreign duke about to become King of England. But here's what they don't tell you in history books. The ceremony ends with the church surrounded by flames, guards panicking, and the new king shaking so violently he can barely stand. This wasn't just a coronation. This was the Christmas that changed everything. What really happened in those terrifying moments? And why did William the Conqueror choose the most sacred day of the year to claim a throne that wasn't really his? Stay with me, because what unfolds tonight is darker, more dramatic, and far more human than you ever imagined. So before we step into that smoky, tension-filled abbey together, I need a tiny favour from you. If you're already loving where this is going, hit that subscribe button and give this video a like, but only if you genuinely want to see more stories like this. And hey, I'm curious. Where are you watching from right now? Your bedroom? Maybe a quiet corner somewhere at 2 a.m? Drop a comment and let me know what drew you to tonight's story. Now, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle background hum, and let's travel back nearly 1,000 years together. It's Christmas morning, 1066. London is freezing, the kind of cold that bites through your clothes and settles into your bones. But inside Westminster Abbey, hundreds of people are packed together. Nobles, clergy, soldiers, ordinary Londoners who managed to squeeze their way in. The air is thick with anticipation and fear. Because standing at the altar, about to be crowned King of England, is a man most English people have never seen before. A man who speaks French, not English. A man who, just 2 months ago, killed their king at the Battle of Hastings. His name is William, Duke of Normandy. History will call him William the Conqueror. But on this December morning, he's just a foreign invader trying to legitimize his claim to a crown. Now, here's what makes this fascinating. William didn't have to choose Christmas Day for his coronation. He could have waited for spring, given people time to accept him, let the dust settle. But William was smarter than that. He understood something profound about power. Timing is everything. Think about it. Christmas Day, the celebration of Christ's birth, the King of Kings. By crowning himself on this sacred day, William was making a statement that went beyond politics. He was saying, God himself has chosen me. It was brilliant. Manipulative, yes, but brilliant. The ceremony begins. According to tradition, it follows the Old English customs. Anthems are sung in praise of the new king. The Archbishop of York performs the rites. Everything seems to be going according to plan. And then comes the moment where the congregation must proclaim their loyalty. Inside the abbey, voices rise in a great shout. In English, the English nobles cry out their oaths. In French, the Norman lords do the same. It's meant to be a moment of unity, of acceptance. But outside, Norman guards are standing watch. They're nervous. Incredibly nervous. See, they're in a city full of people who hate them. Families who lost fathers, sons, brothers at Hastings. Survivors who fled the battlefield and returned home with stories of Norman brutality. These guards know they're surrounded by enemies, so when they hear shouting coming from inside the abbey, loud, passionate shouting, they panic. They think it's an attack. They think the English are turning on William, that the coronation is a trap. And they do what terrified soldiers always do. They react with violence. They start setting fire to the buildings around the abbey. Can you imagine what happens next? Smoke begins pouring into Westminster Abbey. People smell burning. They hear screams from outside. Suddenly nobody cares about the coronation anymore. They just want to get out alive. The congregation stampedes toward the doors, pushing, shoving, desperate to escape. And William? According to William of Poitiers, who recorded this event, William remains seated. The bishops frantically finish the ceremony, rushing through the sacred words. But the king they're crowning, he's trembling from head to toe. This is the image history books often skip. We see paintings of William looking regal, confident, powerful. But in this moment, the moment that's supposed to be his greatest triumph, he's terrified. He's sitting alone at the altar while chaos erupts around him, smoke filling the ancient church, wondering if this crown is going to cost him his life before he even gets to wear it properly. The ceremony concludes. Somehow, William is now officially King of England, but it's not exactly the start he was hoping for. Now let me tell you why this matters, why this moment is so much more than just a dramatic coronation story. William the Conqueror established a pattern that would define royal Christmases for centuries to come. Christmas wasn't just about celebration. It was about power. It was about making statements, about gathering your supporters, about showing your enemies that you were in control. The very next year, Christmas 1067, William holds what's called a Christmas assembly at Gloucester, and this is where we see his genius as a ruler. He gathers all his nobles, all his supporters, everyone who helped him conquer England, and he announces something that will change the country forever. He's commissioning the Domesday Book, a complete survey of everything in England. Every piece of land, every resource, every person who matters. Can you imagine being at that Christmas feast? You're celebrating, drinking, eating, and suddenly the king announces he's going to catalogue literally everything you own. It's both impressive and terrifying. William is essentially saying, I know what you have, I know what you're worth, and don't even think about hiding anything from me. This is the Christmas strategy of medieval kings. Gather everyone together when they're supposed to be focused on peace and goodwill, and hit them with your political agenda. It's ruthless. It's effective. But here's what I find most human about all of this. William never really stopped trembling, metaphorically speaking. His entire reign was marked by this underlying anxiety, this knowledge that his crown wasn't truly secure. He spent his Christmases not relaxing with family, but holding court, displaying power, making sure everyone remembered who was in charge. The Norman nobles loved Christmas for different reasons than William. For them, it was about showing off their wealth, their status. Christmas became this elaborate performance of conspicuous consumption. The more extravagant your feast, the more powerful you appeared. And oh, the feasts. We're talking about boar's head as the centerpiece, this massive, intimidating display, the boar's head on a platter with an apple stuffed in its mouth, venison from recent hunts, elaborate pies, barrels and barrels of wine. There's this concept from the Norman period called keeping an open house at Christmas. It meant that if you were wealthy, you were expected to open your doors to everyone, your servants, your tenants, even strangers. It was a way of demonstrating your generosity, sure, but it was also a way of reinforcing the social hierarchy. Look how much I have, you're saying. Look how easily I can feed all of you. Remember who provides for you. And that tradition, it continues through the medieval period and into the Tudor era. It's part of what makes royal Christmases so fascinating. They're never just about joy and family. There's always this undercurrent of politics, of power plays, of strategic thinking. Let me tell you about one more moment from the Norman period that perfectly captures this dynamic. Christmas 1126, Windsor Castle. King Henry IV, William's youngest son, is getting older and he has a problem. His only legitimate son drowned in a shipwreck 6 years earlier. His heir is his daughter Matilda. But here's the thing. England has never been ruled by a queen in her own right. The nobles are, let's say, not thrilled about this idea. So what does Henry do? He uses Christmas. He gathers all his most powerful nobles at Windsor Castle for Christmas festivities. They're eating, drinking, celebrating. And then, when they're surrounded by the magnificence of the royal court, when they're full of food and wine, when they're in the Christmas spirit of goodwill, Henry makes them swear an oath. All of them. Archbishops, bishops, abbots, earls, every important nobleman in England. They have to promise, right there at Christmas, that they'll accept Matilda as queen after Henry dies. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles record this moment, and you can almost feel the discomfort in the writing. There he caused archbishops and bishops and abbots and earls, all the thens that were there, to swear to give England and Normandy after his death into the hand of his daughter. They swore. But here's the kicker. They weren't happy about it. Not at all. And the moment Henry died, they broke that oath. The result was 19 years of civil war, a period so brutal it's called the Anarchy, all because of political manoeuvring at a Christmas gathering. There's a bitter irony there, isn't there? Christmas is supposed to be about peace on earth, goodwill to all. But for these Norman kings, it was just another opportunity to play the Game of Thrones. But here's what makes these Norman Christmas celebrations so different from what came before, and so influential for what came after. They established Christmas as the premier holiday for royal court gatherings. Before the Normans, Christmas was celebrated, sure, but it wasn't necessarily the biggest or most important feast day. The Normans changed that. They brought their love of ceremony, their flair for dramatic displays of power and wealth. They brought longer celebrations. This idea of the 12 days of Christmas really solidified during the Norman period. And they brought this concept that Christmas was when important things happened. Coronations, oaths of loyalty, major political announcements, the giving of lands and titles. In a way, William's trembling coronation set the template. Every Norman and Plantagenet king after him knew, Christmas is when you need to be visible, powerful, in control. Christmas is when you show the kingdom and your enemies that you're strong. And the common people? They had their own Christmas traditions, of course, but they were always aware of what was happening at the royal court. When the king held a magnificent Christmas feast, word spread, stories were told, and in a medieval world where most people would never see their king in person, these Christmas celebrations became larger than life in the public imagination. It's fascinating, really. We think of medieval times as being so different from our world, and in many ways they were. But this idea that how you celebrate Christmas says something about who you are, that Christmas is when you want to be seen at your best, that's not so different from today, is it? We still use Christmas to signal our values, our status, our identity. We still gather people together, still try to impress, still make our homes and tables as beautiful as we can manage. The scale might be different. Most of us aren't crowning ourselves or commissioning national surveys, but the impulse? That's the same. William the Conqueror wanted people to remember his Christmas coronation. And here we are, nearly 1,000 years later, still talking about it. I'd say he succeeded, but his Christmas legacy is complicated. On one hand, he established traditions that would define English royal celebrations for centuries. On the other hand, his Christmas coronation ended in fire and panic. His Christmas assemblies were as much about control as celebration. His son's Christmas oath led to civil war, Maybe that's the real lesson of Norman Christmases. Power and celebration make uncomfortable bedfellows. When you mix politics with what's supposed to be a sacred, joyful holiday, something gets lost. Or maybe something gets added, a layer of complexity, of human ambition and fear and hope all tangled together. As I think about William sitting at that altar, trembling while the abbey filled with smoke, I can't help but feel a strange sympathy for him. Yes, he was a conqueror. Yes, he took a crown that many would say wasn't his to take, but in that moment he was just a man, far from home, surrounded by people who hated him, trying desperately to hold on to something he'd fought so hard to win. That's the thing about these stories from so long ago. When you look closely enough, when you get past the dates and the battles and the big historical events, you find people. People who were scared, who made mistakes, who tried to use the tools they had, even Christmas, to get what they wanted. And isn't that something we can all understand? So that's how royal Christmases began in England, not with peace and joy, but with fire and fear and a foreign king shaking on the most important day of his life. But this is just the beginning of our journey, because what William started, his descendants would take to even more dramatic heights. Next, we're stepping into the world of the Plantagenets, a dynasty that would turn Christmas into theatre, tragedy, and sometimes outright chaos. We're talking about a king whose angry words at Christmas led to murder in a cathedral. We're talking about feasts so extravagant they make William's celebrations look modest. And we're talking about political scheming that makes modern politics look tame. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happened when the Plantagenets took control of Christmas. The drama is about to get even more intense. Now, if you thought the Normans knew how to make Christmas dramatic, wait until you meet the Plantagenets. This dynasty, stretching from 1154 to 1485, took everything the Normans started and cranked it up to 11. We're talking about Christmas celebrations so lavish they bankrupted estates. Political intrigue so intense it ended in bloodshed. And one Christmas argument that led to one of the most shocking murders in English history. So let me ask you something. Have you ever said something in anger that you immediately regretted? Maybe something you didn't really mean, but once the words were out you couldn't take them back. Keep that feeling in mind. Because we're about to witness what happens when a king, the most powerful man in England, loses his temper at Christmas. And the consequences, they echo through 8 centuries. It's late December, 1170. King Henry II is holding his Christmas court somewhere on the coast of Normandy. Now Henry's having what we might generously call a difficult year. His Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket, has been driving him absolutely mad. These two used to be best friends, drinking buddies, hunting partners, the kind of friends who finish each other's sentences. Henry even made Becket his archbishop, thinking he'd have the church in his pocket. But the moment Becket got that position, he changed. Suddenly he's all about defending the church's rights, standing up to royal authority, contradicting Henry at every turn. It's like your best friend becoming your boss and suddenly acting like they've never met you before. Infuriating, right? So here's Henry, trying to enjoy his Christmas festivities, and people keep bringing up Becket. The Archbishop did this. The Archbishop said that. And Henry's getting angrier and angrier. The wine is flowing. The room is hot. Everybody's watching him, waiting to see what he'll do. And then Henry says it. The exact words vary depending on who's telling the story, but the essence is the same. Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest? Now here's the thing about being king. People take your words very seriously, especially when you're angry, especially at Christmas, when everyone's gathered together and emotions are running high. 4 knights hear Henry's outburst, and they think, the king wants Becket dead. This is our chance to win royal favour. They don't wait for clarification. They don't double-check if Henry meant it. They leave the Christmas feast, ride like mad to the coast, cross the Channel to England, and on December 29th, still within the 12 days of Christmas, mind you, they murder Thomas Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. Let that sink in. They kill the Archbishop of Canterbury in his own cathedral during the holiest season of the year because of something the king said in anger at a Christmas party. When Henry hears what happened, he's devastated. Absolutely devastated. Because here's what people forget. He didn't actually want Becket dead. He wanted him to shut up, to stop being so difficult, to remember they used to be friends. But dead? That was never the plan. The consequences for Henry were catastrophic. The Pope was furious. All of Christian Europe was horrified. Henry had to do public penance, walking barefoot through Canterbury, allowing monks to whip him. His own children would eventually rebel against him, and many people believed it was God's punishment for Becket's murder. And it all started at Christmas. You want to talk about a holiday ruined? Every Christmas for the rest of Henry's life, he must have thought about that moment, that one sentence he couldn't take back. But here's what fascinates me about this story. It shows us what Christmas really was for medieval kings. It wasn't a break from politics. It wasn't a time to relax and forget about your problems. Christmas was when everything came to a head. All the tensions that had been building throughout the year, all the conflicts and rivalries, they didn't go away just because people were singing carols and eating feast food. If anything, they got worse. Think about your own family gatherings. Sometimes bringing everyone together at the holidays creates more stress, not less, right? Now imagine that, but you're a medieval king, and everyone around you has weapons and political power and their own agendas. Let me tell you about another side of Henry II's Christmases, because despite the Becket tragedy, Henry actually loved celebrating this season, especially when he could show off. Christmas 1171, 1 year after Becket's murder, Henry does something unprecedented. He takes his entire Christmas court to Ireland, to Dublin specifically, and he has a special palace built just for the occasion. Can you imagine the logistics of that? Moving the royal court across the Irish Sea in winter, the ships, the supplies, the people. But Henry wants to make a statement. I'm so powerful, I can celebrate Christmas anywhere I choose, even in a country I just invaded. And the feast he throws? It's designed to blow everyone's minds. This is where we get one of my favourite historical details. Crane's flesh was eaten in Ireland for the first time at this feast. Now, I know what you're thinking. Crane? Really? But in medieval times, the more exotic and unusual your feast, the more impressive you were. Henry served herons, peacocks, swans, wild geese. Basically, if it had feathers and looked majestic, it ended up on the table. This wasn't about food. This was about power. Henry was saying to the Irish lords, look what I can do. Look what I can provide. This is what life under English rule looks like. It's propaganda, but delicious propaganda. Now let's fast forward a bit and talk about Henry's grandson, Henry III. Because if Henry VI showed us that Christmas could turn tragic, Henry III shows us that Christmas could be absolutely ridiculously extravagant. This king held a Christmas celebration at Woodstock Palace that has gone down in history for its sheer excess. We actually have records, detailed records, of what was ordered for this feast. And let me read you this list, because you need to hear it to believe it. 30 oxen, 100 sheep, 5 boars, 9 dozen fowl, salted venison from Wiltshire, salmon and lamprey from Gloucester, 6 tons of new wine from Bristol, and 13 tons from Northampton. Now, remember what I told you earlier about William the Conqueror's wine consumption? A ton is 256 gallons. That's about 1,270 bottles per ton. Henry III ordered 19 tons for one Christmas. That's over 24,000 bottles of wine for one party. Can you imagine being the Sheriff of Oxford, who had to actually procure all this? Yes, Your Majesty. I'll just go get 30 oxen and oh, by the way, how am I supposed to transport 13 tons of wine in the middle of winter? But here's what's brilliant about Henry III. He kept a special wine cellar at Reading Abbey because he celebrated Christmas there so often. He was basically a regular. The medieval equivalent of put it on my tab, I'm here every year. And this wasn't unusual for him. Historical records show Henry III spent massive amounts on Christmas celebrations throughout his reign. It was his thing. Other kings loved hunting or warfare or building castles. Henry III loved throwing legendary Christmas parties. There's something almost endearing about that, isn't there? In the middle of all this medieval politics and warfare, here's a king who just really wanted everyone to have a good time at Christmas. But not every Plantagenet Christmas was about feasting. Some were about survival. Let me take you to Christmas 1154 at Northampton Castle. Young Henry of Anjou, who would become Henry II, has just inherited the throne after that long, brutal civil war I mentioned earlier. England has been torn apart for 19 years. Nobody trusts anybody. Armed factions are everywhere. And Henry decides to hold his first Christmas court as king at Northampton. Contemporary sources tell us that the gathering was massive. So many bishops, earls, barons, and armed knights. Neither in the days of the king's father nor afterwards is such a feast known to be celebrated in England. Notice that phrase, armed knights. This wasn't just a party. This was a show of force. Henry was gathering everyone who mattered in one place, making them feast together, making them celebrate together, forcing them to acknowledge his authority. It worked, but only temporarily. Because here's the thing about using Christmas as a political tool. It might create unity in the moment, but it doesn't solve underlying problems. The moment everyone goes home, the conflicts resurface. That's a pattern we see over and over with the Plantagenets. Christmas creates this bubble of forced celebration, but it's fragile. One wrong word, one slight, one perceived insult, and everything falls apart. Speaking of gifts, let me tell you about one of the strangest royal Christmas presents in history. It's 1392, and King Richard II is celebrating Christmas in London. Now, Richard is an interesting king. Dramatic, artistic, obsessed with royal dignity. He's the kind of guy who invented the handkerchief because he thought it was more elegant than wiping your nose on your sleeve. Fashion forward, but maybe a bit out of touch. The citizens of London, wanting to curry favour with their king, present him with Christmas gifts. And what do they give this monarch who has everything? A one-humped camel and a pelican. I am not making this up. This is recorded in official documents. A camel and a pelican. Can you imagine being Richard II opening these gifts? Oh, a camel. How thoughtful. Yes, I've always wanted a camel. For my castle, obviously. i.e., what do you even do with a camel in medieval London? Where do you keep it? What does it eat? And the pelican? Did they expect him to keep it as a pet? Did it live in the Tower of London? So many questions. But here's the serious point behind this ridiculous story. Gift-giving at Christmas was deadly serious business for medieval nobles and kings. Gifts weren't just presents. They were statements of loyalty, tests of creativity, demonstrations of wealth. Getting it wrong could be disastrous. getting it right could earn you power and influence. The City of London gave Richard a camel because they wanted to give him something nobody else could. Something exotic, impressive, memorable. They were competing with every other gift he received, trying to stand out. In a way, it's not so different from modern corporate gift-giving, is it? Except instead of fruit baskets and gift cards, we're talking about live exotic animals. Let me share one more Plantagenet Christmas story with you, because I think it perfectly captures the complexity of this era. It's Christmas Day, 1153, at Westminster. The long civil war between Stephen and Matilda is finally over. They've signed a peace treaty on Christmas Day very deliberately that says Stephen will remain king, but when he dies, Matilda's son Henry will inherit the throne. This is supposed to be a moment of joy, of reconciliation, of peace finally coming to England after nearly 2 decades of bloodshed. And it is, in a way. But think about what this Christmas meant for Stephen. He's spent years fighting to keep his crown. He's lost his son and heir. And now he's standing in Westminster on Christmas Day, essentially admitting that when he dies, the throne goes to his enemy's family. That's not a celebration. That's a funeral for your dynasty. Or think about what it meant for Matilda. She fought for years to be recognised as queen. She briefly held London before being driven out. She never gave up her claim, and now she's technically won, but she won't be queen. Her son will be king, but she'll be gone by then. Both of them are at Westminster that Christmas, celebrating a peace that feels more like defeat for everyone involved. This is what Christmas meant for the Plantagenets. It was never simple, never just about joy or celebration. There was always this undercurrent of what was being won, what was being lost, what was being sacrificed. You know what strikes me most about these Plantagenet Christmases? The intensity of it all. These weren't people who did anything halfway. When they celebrated with 30 oxen and 19 tons of wine. When they got angry, people died. When they made peace, they did it on the most sacred day of the year to make it binding. Everything was heightened. Everything mattered. Christmas wasn't a break from their lives. It was life, concentrated and amplified. And maybe that's why these stories still resonate. Because even though we're not medieval kings, even though we're not dealing with throne wars and archbishop murders, we understand that intensity. We know what it's like when holidays bring out the extremes in people, the best and the worst. We know what it's like to say something we regret. We know what it's like to try too hard to impress. We know what it's like to celebrate when we're actually grieving, or to smile through tension, or to gather with people we love and mistrust in equal measure. The Plantagenets just did it with more oxen and pelicans, so that's Christmas under the Plantagenets. Dramatic, excessive, often tragic, always memorable. These kings turned Christmas into theatre, into politics, into warfare by other means. But here's the thing. While the kings and nobles were playing their power games at Christmas, something else was happening, something strange and wonderful and completely chaotic. Because the common people had their own Christmas traditions, and some of them were absolutely wild. We're talking about priests wearing masks and dancing in churches. We're talking about social hierarchies being completely turned upside down. We're talking about something called the Lord of Misrule and the Feast of Fools, celebrations so outrageous that the church kept trying to ban them, and failed. Every single time. Want to know what medieval people really did at Christmas when the nobles weren't watching? Trust me, it's even stranger than anything we've talked about so far. Let's dive into the absolute madness of medieval Christmas celebrations. Okay, picture this scene with me. You walk into a church on New Year's Day in medieval England. It's 1450, let's say. You're expecting a solemn mass, prayers, hymns, the usual. But instead, what you find is absolute chaos. Priests are dancing on the altar wearing terrifying monster masks. Someone is burning old shoes in place of incense, and the smell is, well, let's just say it's not frankincense. Junior clergy members are dressed as women, complete with elaborate makeup. And, I cannot stress this enough, someone is eating black pudding at the altar. This actually happened, repeatedly, at cathedrals across England. Welcome to the Feast of Fools, one of the most bizarre and wonderful traditions of medieval Christmas. And here's the best part. The church kept trying to ban it, over and over again, and every single year people just kept doing it anyway. Why? Because medieval people understood something we've kind of forgotten. Sometimes you need a little chaos to stay sane. Let me take you deeper into this wonderfully weird world. The Feast of Fools typically happened on January 1st, right in the middle of the 12 days of Christmas, and the basic concept was this. Everything gets flipped upside down. The people at the bottom of the church hierarchy get to be in charge for a day. Junior priests get to boss around bishops. The lowest-ranking clergy members get to make fun of the highest. It was sanctioned madness, organized chaos. Now, we have actual complaints, written complaints, from churches all over England about what happened during these celebrations. The records from Wells, Exeter, Lincoln, Canterbury and York are particularly juicy. One complaint describes clergy members performing mass while wearing masks, so terrifying that they frightened the congregation. Another talks about priests who danced with such abandon that the church seemed more like a tavern than a house of God. But my personal favourite, the detail about burning shoes. Can you imagine being a medieval peasant, going to church on New Year's Day, and instead of the sacred smell of incense, you're hit with the stench of burning leather, and the priests are just going about the mass like this is totally normal? The church officials were horrified, absolutely scandalized. They wrote decree after decree condemning these practices. They threatened excommunication. They appealed to the Pope, and yet, year after year, the Feast of Fools happened anyway. Here's what I find fascinating about this. Medieval people weren't stupid. They knew this was sacrilegious. They knew it was pushing boundaries. They knew church authorities hated it. They did it anyway because they needed it. Think about what life was like for these junior clergy members. You've taken vows of obedience. You're at the bottom of a rigid hierarchy. Every single day you have to bow and scrape to bishops and abbots, and all these men who have power over you. You can't talk back. You can't complain. You can barely breathe without permission. And then, one day a year, you get to flip the script. You get to mock the people who control your life. You get to dance and be ridiculous and burn shoes if you want to, and it's allowed. Sort of. Technically. For one day. That's not just fun, that's psychological survival. But the Feast of Fools wasn't the only tradition where medieval society turned itself upside down at Christmas. There was also something called the boy bishop, and this one is even stranger in some ways because it was actually officially sanctioned by the church, at least initially. Here's how it worked. On December the 6th, St. Nicholas Day, a young choir boy would be elected as bishop by his fellow choir boys, and from that moment until December 28th, the Feast of the Holy Innocents, this child would dress as a bishop, carry a bishop's staff, and actually have authority in the church. This wasn't pretend. The boy bishop could perform certain ceremonies. He could give blessings. He could even, in some cases, preach sermons. Can you imagine being a real bishop, having studied theology for decades, and then you have to listen to a 12-year-old boy give a sermon while wearing your vestments, and you have to treat him with respect because it's tradition? The boy bishops took their roles very seriously, by the way. We have records of their processions through towns, with people lining the streets to receive their blessings. These kids would visit wealthy homes and receive gifts, essentially medieval trick-or-treating, but make it ecclesiastical. And here's where it gets really interesting. Henry VIII banned the boy bishop tradition in 1541. Too much mockery of church authority, he decided. Done. Finished. Except it came back. Under Mary I it returned. Then Elizabeth kept it going. It died out eventually in most places, but, and this is my favourite part, it still happens today, right now, in the 21st century. Hereford Cathedral and Salisbury Cathedral still elect boy bishops every year, a tradition that started in medieval times, survived Henry VIII trying to kill it, and is still going strong almost 500 years later. That's staying power. Now let me tell you about the Lord of Misrule. This was the most elaborate of all the Christmas role reversal traditions, and it happened primarily in wealthy households and royal courts. Someone, usually someone relatively low in the social hierarchy, like a servant or a minor courtier, would be appointed Lord of Misrule for the 12 days of Christmas. And once appointed, this person was in charge of everything. They planned the entertainments, they made up rules, they could command nobles to do ridiculous things for their amusement, and everyone had to obey, because that was the whole point. The Lord of Misrule tradition has its roots in the ancient Roman festival of Saturnalia, where masters and slaves would switch roles for a day. But medieval Christians took that concept and ran with it. During Saturnalia, remember, this was tied to the idea that during the darkest time of year, the winter solstice, the normal order of things was suspended. Chaos reigned for a brief period, and then spring would return and restore order. It was about embracing the darkness and disorder as a necessary part of the cycle. Medieval people baptized this pagan tradition, literally made it Christian, but kept the essential chaos. Because they understood something profound. Rigid hierarchies are exhausting. If you never get to blow off steam, if you never get to laugh at the people in power, if you never get to imagine, even for a moment, that things could be different, you break. The Lord of Misrule was a pressure release valve for the entire social system, and the things these Lords of Misrule came up with? Absolutely wild. At some households, the Lord of Misrule might command the master of the house to perform a ridiculous dance, or recite a silly poem, or serve dinner to the servants while the servants sat at the high table. And the master had to do it, because refusing would violate the sacred rules of Christmas hospitality. There are records of Lords of Misrule organising elaborate pranks, mock trials where serious noblemen were tried for ridiculous crimes, and theatrical performances so bawdy that even by medieval standards they raised eyebrows. One chronicler describes a Christmas celebration where the Lord of Misrule commanded everyone to imitate animals. The Earl had to moo like a cow, the lady of the house had to cluck like a chicken, and if you didn't do it enthusiastically enough, you'd be fined and have to drink a massive goblet of wine in one go. It sounds like medieval hazing, honestly, but people loved it, because for 12 days nothing was sacred, nobody was safe from mockery, and everyone, regardless of rank, could be made ridiculous. But here's something I want you to think about. These traditions weren't universal. They didn't happen everywhere the same way. In wealthy households and royal courts, the Lord of Misrule was often carefully managed. There were boundaries, unspoken rules about how far you could go. Yes, you could make the Earl moo like a cow, but you couldn't say, redistribute his wealth, or challenge his actual authority in any meaningful way. The chaos was contained, controlled, safe. But in villages, in small parish churches where everyone knew everyone, That's where things got really interesting. Because when your community is tight-knit, when you live and work alongside the same people year after year, these role reversal traditions became a way to air grievances, to settle scores, to say things you couldn't say any other time of year. The boy bishop's sermon might contain pointed commentary about the actual bishop's behaviour. The Feast of Fools might include mockery of specific priests who were unpopular. The village lord of misrule might give commands that were actually subtle criticisms of how the lord was running his estate. It was social commentary wrapped in humour and tradition, protest disguised as celebration. And the brilliant thing, church and secular authorities couldn't really stop it without looking like humorless tyrants. What? You can't take a joke? It's Christmas! It's just tradition! Medieval people found a way to create space for dissent within the very structures that oppressed them. That's sophisticated. That's clever. That's human nature finding a way. Now, I mentioned earlier that these traditions often involve things that sound absolutely shocking to us. Burning shoes, eating at the altar, cross-dressing clergy. But let's talk about why these specific transgressions mattered. In medieval theology, there was a strong emphasis on purity, on maintaining proper boundaries between sacred and profane, between high and low, between male and female. The church was supposed to be separate from the everyday world. The altar was the most sacred space imaginable. Gender roles were considered God-ordained. So when people violated these boundaries during Christmas celebrations, it wasn't just random chaos. It was very specific, very pointed chaos. They were saying your rules and categories and hierarchies, for these 12 days they don't apply. The world can be different. Burning shoes instead of incense? That's taking something mundane, even dirty, old shoes, probably smelly, worn by common people, and putting it where precious, expensive, imported incense should be. It's elevating the low and degrading the high. Eating at the altar. That's treating the most sacred space like your dining room. It's erasing the boundary between church and home, between spiritual and physical sustenance. Cross-dressing. In a world where gender roles were considered absolutely fixed and divinely ordained, this was saying, even this can change, even this is flexible. These weren't just pranks, they were theological statements, dangerous theological statements, and the fact that they happened every single year, despite constant official condemnation. That tells us something important. Medieval people might have lived in a rigid hierarchical society, but they never fully accepted it. They always maintained this space, this temporary, festive, sacred but also profane space, where they could imagine and enact a different world. Let me share one more detail about these traditions that I find deeply moving. In many places, the Feast of Fools and similar celebrations were organised and led by the youngest, newest members of the clergy, the ones who had just taken their vows, the ones who were still figuring out what it meant to be a priest. And there's something beautiful about that, isn't there? These young men were entering a system that would control their entire lives, a system of hierarchy and obedience and rules upon rules. But before they got fully absorbed into that system, they got to tear it apart, symbolically, temporarily, but still. They got to experience what it felt like to be on top. They got to mock the very authority they were joining. It was like the system was admitting its own absurdity, like it was saying, yes, this is all a bit ridiculous, we know. Let's laugh about it together before we have to take it seriously again. That kind of self-awareness is rare in any era, but especially in one we usually think of as rigidly dogmatic. So why did these traditions eventually die out? Well, they didn't completely. We've still got boy bishops at a couple of cathedrals, and the spirit of Christmas misrule lives on in office parties and family gatherings, where normally serious people wear silly hats and play ridiculous games. But the organised, church-based chaos, that faded after the Reformation. The Protestants had no patience for it. To them, this was exactly the kind of Catholic superstition and mockery of sacred things that they were trying to eliminate. They saw the Feast of Fools and the boy bishops and they thought, this is why the church is corrupt. This is why we need reform. And to be fair, from a certain perspective, they had a point. If you believe that church services should be pure, solemn, focused entirely on worship, then priests dancing in masks and burning shoes is not great. But something was lost when these traditions disappeared. Something important. Because what medieval people understood, what they built into their Christmas celebrations was this. Humans need release. We need laughter. We need the ability to imagine, even temporarily, that the world could be different. And we need permission to mock the powerful, even if we're powerless to change them. Take that away, and you're left with just the hierarchy, just the obedience, just the rigid rules. And as we'll see in later centuries, when you take away those pressure release valves, when you ban Christmas entirely, which, spoiler alert, the Puritans will do, people don't become more orderly. They become resentful. You know what I love most about these medieval Christmas traditions? The sheer audacity of them. These people lived in a world where questioning authority could get you killed, where the church had enormous power over every aspect of life, where social mobility was basically non-existent, and yet they created these elaborate traditions where, for a few precious days, none of that mattered. The bishop had to listen to a child, the earl had to serve his servants, the priest had to dance in a mask while someone burned shoes. It's rebellious, it's creative, it's deeply, wonderfully human. We talk a lot about medieval people like they were simpler than us, like they just accepted the world they were born into. But these traditions tell a different story. They tell us that medieval people were every bit as complex, as frustrated with authority, as hungry for freedom as we are. They just expressed it with more shoe burning and altar black pudding. So that's the wild, chaotic, beautiful madness of medieval Christmas celebrations. While the kings and nobles were playing their power games and serving their 30 oxen, ordinary people and junior clergy were creating their own Christmas, one where everything got turned upside down, where laughter was sacred, and where for 12 glorious days anything was possible. But here's what happens next. All of this, the royal feasts, the political machinations, the organised chaos, all of it, is about to be taken to levels of magnificence and excess that make everything we've talked about so far look modest. Because we're entering the Tudor era. And the Tudors? They didn't do anything halfway. When a Tudor threw a Christmas party, you remembered it for the rest of your life. We're talking about Henry VIII in disguise, crashing his own festivities, queens giving birth during Christmas celebrations, and a Christmas pie so elaborate and so excessive that it becomes legendary. Trust me, you thought medieval Christmas was wild. The Tudors are about to show us what true extravagance looks like. The Tudors didn't just celebrate Christmas. They performed it. Every feast was a spectacle. Every gift was a statement. Every moment was designed to be talked about, remembered, and, most importantly, envied. And nobody understood this better than Henry VIII, a king who spent £584 on fancy dress costumes for a single Christmas celebration. To put that in perspective, that's roughly $500,000 in today's money, on costumes, for one party. But before we dive into Henry's legendary excess, I want to tell you about a Christmas that should have been his happiest, and instead became one of his most heartbreaking. It's New Year's Day, 1511, Hampton Court Palace. Henry VIII is 20 years old, newly married to Catherine of Aragon, and absolutely ecstatic. Because on this day, right in the middle of the 12 days of Christmas, Catherine gives birth to a son, a healthy baby boy, an heir. Henry is beside himself with joy. He names the baby after himself, another Henry, the continuation of the Tudor line, everything he's dreamed of. He immediately extends the Christmas court celebrations. There's going to be a grand tournament, pageants, feasting beyond anything England has seen. This isn't just Christmas anymore. This is a christening, a celebration of dynasty, a promise of the future. Can you imagine Henry in those moments? This is before the 6 wives, before the break with Rome, before he became the Henry VIII of history books. Right now, he's just a young king who has everything he ever wanted, a queen he loves, a healthy son, and a kingdom at peace. The tournament is magnificent. Knights jousting in the Christmas snow, elaborate costumes and heraldry. Henry himself competing, of course, because Henry always had to be at the centre of things. And then, 7 weeks later, the baby dies. Just like that. No warning. No explanation that medieval medicine can provide. Baby Henry is here, and then he's gone. The chroniclers of the time note that the king and queen were devastated. But that word doesn't really capture it, does it? Catherine had already suffered a miscarriage. This was supposed to be their triumph, their proof that God blessed their marriage. And instead, Henry would spend the next 25 years desperately trying to have a legitimate son, destroying his marriage to Catherine, breaking with the Catholic Church, executing wives and advisors. All of it can be traced back to this moment, a Christmas celebration that began with the greatest joy and ended in grief. Here's what haunts me about this story. Every subsequent Christmas for Henry and Catherine they must have remembered. That one year when everything seemed perfect, when they thought their problems were solved, when they celebrated a son who was already dying, even though they didn't know it yet. How do you celebrate Christmas after that? How do you feast and give gifts and pretend to be merry when every decoration, every carol reminds you of what you lost? But Henry was nothing if not determined to push forward, and his way of dealing with grief, with disappointment, with anything uncomfortable, spectacle, excess, making sure everyone was looking at him being magnificent. Let me tell you about Henry's disguisings. These were elaborate theatrical performances where everyone dressed in costume and pretended to be someone else. Henry absolutely loved them, and he didn't just watch from a throne, he participated. The King of England disguising himself and performing for his court. In 1513, there's a Christmas celebration at Greenwich Palace that has become legendary. Henry's mistress at the time, Bessie Blount. Yes, I said, mistress. Catherine was still queen, but this is Henry we're talking about. Appears dressed as a lady of Savoy, wearing blue velvet and gold with a mask covering her face. She and several other ladies are performing some kind of pageant where they're in danger and need rescuing. And who should appear to save them but 4 gallant Portuguese knights, dressed in elaborate foreign costumes, also masked. The audience is delighted. Queen Catherine is in attendance, watching this performance, thinking these are just hired entertainers, and then the knights remove their masks. One of them is the king himself. Catherine, according to the chronicler Edward Hall, was so delighted with their strange apparel that she invited them to come to her private chambers to perform again. Can you imagine? Your husband's mistress performs for you. Your husband, in disguise, rescues his mistress while you watch and applaud, and then you invite them to your bedroom, your private space, because you don't realize what you're actually seeing. This isn't just a Christmas party. This is psychological warfare wrapped in velvet and gold. And Henry? He thinks this is wonderful. He's pulled off this elaborate performance, He's shown off for his mistress, and his wife is none the wiser. He's having the time of his life. This is Tudor Christmas in a nutshell. Layers upon layers of meaning, public performance hiding private drama, and everyone performing their role perfectly while secrets simmer underneath. Now let's talk about something that makes everything we've discussed so far look reasonable. The Tudor Christmas pie. I mentioned this earlier, but we need to give it the attention it deserves because this dish is legendary. This is excess made edible. This is how much is too much in pastry form. Here's what you do. You take a turkey. Inside the turkey you stuff a goose. Inside the goose you stuff a chicken. Inside the chicken you stuff a partridge. Inside the partridge you stuff a pigeon. And then you bake this entire Russian doll of poultry inside what they called a pastry coffin, basically a massive pie crust. The result is a dish so large it takes multiple servants to carry it to the table. When you cut into it, you get a cross-section of 5 different birds, each one seasoned differently, their flavours mingling together. Now you might be thinking, that sounds impressive, but surely nobody actually ate that regularly. You're right, this wasn't an everyday meal. But here's the thing, it wasn't supposed to be. The Tudor Christmas pie was never about feeding people efficiently. It was about demonstrating that you could do this, that you had the resources, the staff, the sheer audacity to create something this elaborate. It's the 16th century equivalent of arriving at a party in a gold-plated helicopter. Unnecessary? Absolutely. Memorable? You bet. And Henry VIII loved it. His court served this dish multiple times during his reign, because subtle was never Henry's style. But the Tudor Christmas pie wasn't even the most exotic thing on Henry's Christmas tables. Let's talk about the bird that changed English Christmas forever. The year is 1526. A shipment arrives in England from the New World, specifically from territories that would become Mexico. On this ship, turkeys, live turkeys, birds that nobody in England has ever seen before. Now, technically, turkey had probably arrived a few years earlier in small numbers, but 1526 is when we have definite historical records. And who's one of the first people to eat this strange New World bird? Henry VIII, of course. Because if there's something exotic and new, Henry wants to be first to try it. The turkey is an immediate hit with the wealthy. It's larger than a goose, easier to raise than a swan, and has this novelty factor that makes it perfect for impressing dinner guests. Have you tried the bird from America yet? No? Well, let me have my cook prepare one for you. But here's what's fascinating. Turkey didn't become the traditional English Christmas bird right away. It took decades. For most of the Tudor period, if you were really wealthy, you were still serving swan or peacock. If you were moderately well off, you had goose. Turkey was exotic and trendy, but not yet traditional. It wouldn't become the default Christmas bird until the Victorian era, over 300 years later. But it started here, at Henry VIII's Christmas feasts, when someone decided to roast this strange American bird and see what it tasted like. And now, centuries later, millions of families around the world eat turkey at Christmas without even thinking about the fact that it's a New World bird, that our ancestors never ate it, that it took a Tudor king's love of novelty to introduce it to English tradition. That's how traditions form, not through ancient custom, but through someone trying something new and other people copying it until it becomes the way it's always been done. But let's talk about the darker side of Tudor Christmas excess, because it wasn't all fun and games and elaborate poultry dishes. Maintaining these celebrations was expensive, ruinously expensive, and I'm not just talking about the royal household, although Henry VIII's Christmas expenses were notorious. I'm talking about the nobles who were expected to host the king if he decided to spend Christmas at their estates. Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's chief minister for many years, held Christmas court at the Manor of Richmond in 1525. The chronicler Edward Hall describes it as an open household, with plays and disguisings in a most royal manner. Sounds wonderful, right? Generous Cardinal Wolsey, hosting everyone for Christmas, putting on entertainment fit for a king. Except Wolsey wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He was doing it because he had to. When you're that close to the king, when you hold that much power, you're expected to demonstrate your wealth and loyalty through hospitality, especially at Christmas. And it cost a fortune. The amount of food, the entertainment, the gifts that had to be distributed to everyone in attendance. It could bankrupt even a wealthy man if he did it too often. But refusing to host, appearing stingy, that was political suicide. So nobles trapped themselves in this endless competition of Christmas magnificence, each trying to outdo the others, each secretly dreading the expenses while publicly proclaiming their joy at hosting. It's like modern corporate entertaining, except the stakes are higher and the boss might execute you if you don't do it right. Actually, speaking of execution, Wolsey eventually fell from power, and one of the many things used against him was exactly this kind of extravagance. His enemies said he lived like a king, that his Christmas celebrations were too grand, too showy. They used his generosity as evidence of his pride. You can't win, can you? Be too generous, and you're showing off. Be too modest, and you're insulting your guests. The Tudor court was an impossible game, and Christmas was when everyone had to play it most carefully. Let me share one more detail about Tudor Christmases that shows you just how calculated everything was. The mince pie. Today, mince pies are sweet. Dried fruit, spices, maybe a little brandy. Delicious little pastries that you eat by the dozen during the holidays. But Tudor mince pies, they contained actual meat. Minced mutton specifically, mixed with dried fruits and 13 different spices. Why 13 spices? Because it represented Christ and his 12 apostles. The mutton represented the shepherds who came to visit baby Jesus. Every single ingredient had symbolic meaning. These weren't just pies. They were theological statements made edible. You weren't just eating a snack. You were consuming the Christmas story one bite at a time, and the shape mattered too. Tudor mince pies were often made in an oblong shape, representing the manger where Jesus was born. Some even had a little pastry baby Jesus on top. Can you imagine taking a bite of that? You're simultaneously enjoying a savoury sweet pastry and consuming a religious symbol. It's profound and weird and very, very Tudor. This is what I mean when I say Tudors performed Christmas. Every single element was layered with meaning. Nothing was casual. Nothing was simple. Even the food you ate was supposed to make you think about Christ's birth, about the meaning of the season, about your place in the great Christian narrative. Now all of this extravagance, all of this symbolic eating and elaborate costuming and ruinous generosity, it was happening against a backdrop of massive religious and political change. Henry VIII broke with the Catholic Church in 1534. Suddenly England had its own church, with the king as its head. Monasteries were being dissolved. Ancient traditions were being questioned. People were being executed for their religious beliefs, both Catholics and Protestants, depending on which way the political wind was blowing. And yet Christmas celebrations continued, largely unchanged actually, because even Henry V, who was willing to break with 1,000 years of Catholic tradition to get what he wanted, wasn't willing to mess with Christmas. Think about that. He'll dissolve the monasteries, he'll declare himself head of the church, he'll execute anyone who disagrees with him, including close friends and advisors, but Christmas stays. There's something profound in that, isn't there? Some traditions are so deeply rooted, so fundamentally important to people's sense of identity and community, that even dictators know better than to touch them. The Puritans would forget this lesson in the next century, and they would pay dearly for it. But during the Tudor era, Christmas remained sacred, untouchable, essential. Let me bring us back to Henry VIII one more time, because I want to end this section with an image that I think captures everything about Tudor Christmas. It's Christmas 1515. Henry is hosting festivities at Greenwich. He's in his prime, athletic, handsome, charming when he wants to be. This is long before he became the obese tyrant of his later years. Henry appears at his own feast in disguise. He's dressed as an outlaw, probably Robin Hood, because Henry loved the Robin Hood stories. He and his companions burst into the great hall, surprising everyone with their arrival. Of course, everyone knows it's the king. They can recognize him. He's not exactly subtle, but everyone plays along because that's the game. They act shocked, delighted, surprised. Henry kidnaps some of the noble ladies, probably including his current favourite, and there's mock chase through the palace. Laughter, excitement, the kind of scene that people will talk about for months. And in that moment, you can see what Christmas meant to Henry VIII. It was permission. Permission to be someone else for a moment. Permission to act out fantasies of being an outlaw, a knight, a rescuer of damsels. Permission to escape the burden of being king, even though he was king precisely because he could afford these elaborate escapes. There's something almost tragic about it when you think about it. The most powerful man in England dressing up and playing pretend because the weight of actually being Henry VIII was too much to bear all the time. And isn't that what Christmas has always been for? Escape? Whether you're a medieval peasant dancing in a mask or a Tudor king pretending to be Robin Hood, or a modern person putting on a Santa hat and forgetting about work stress for a day. We all use Christmas to become something other than what we are the rest of the year. The Tudors just did it with better costumes and more poultry. So that's Tudor Christmas. Excessive, symbolic, theatrical, and emotionally complex beneath all the magnificence. A baby prince born and lost, a king in disguise, pies full of theology, and enough turkey, goose, chicken, partridge, and pigeon to feed a small army, all wrapped in pastry and served with a side of political calculation. But the Tudor dynasty eventually ends. Elizabeth III, the last Tudor monarch, would bring her own unique style to Christmas celebrations, less about excess, more about control and ceremony. And what she created would set patterns that lasted for decades. Because while Henry VIII performed Christmas for everyone to see, his daughter Elizabeth would turn it into something even more calculated. Political theatre where every gift had meaning, every celebration served a purpose, and Christmas became one more tool in the arsenal of the Virgin Queen. Let's see what happened when the most politically astute monarch in English history took control of Christmas, where her father performed with his body, dancing, jousting, bursting into rooms in disguise. Elizabeth III performed with her mind. Every Christmas gift she received was recorded. Every entertainment she commissioned had a message. Every moment of celebration was calculated to serve her reign. And perhaps most remarkably, she did all of this while being fundamentally, heartbreakingly alone. Elizabeth I ruled England for 45 years and never married, never had children. Every Christmas she was surrounded by hundreds of people, courtiers, nobles, foreign ambassadors, and yet she was always, in the most profound sense, by herself. How do you celebrate Christmas when you're the Virgin Queen? When your entire political identity is built on being married to your country instead of a person? when every gift you receive might be a subtle political message, and every gift you give could make or break someone's career. Let me show you what Christmas looked like when the loneliest woman in England was also its most powerful. December 1558, Elizabeth's very first Christmas as Queen. She's been on the throne for less than 2 months. The country is religiously divided. Her Catholic sister Mary just died, and nobody's quite sure if Elizabeth will be Catholic or Protestant. Europe is watching. Her own nobles are testing her. And Christmas is coming, which means she has to hold court, has to demonstrate her authority, has to make her first major public impression as Queen. So Elizabeth goes to Whitehall Palace for Christmas. The chapel is prepared, the service begins, and then something happens that tells you everything you need to know about who Elizabeth is going to be as a monarch. The Bishop of Carlisle is celebrating the Christmas Mass. Despite specific orders from the new Queen not to elevate the host, the consecrated bread that Catholics believe becomes the actual body of Christ, he does it anyway. Right there, in front of Elizabeth, in front of the entire court, he performs this very Catholic ritual that she specifically forbade. It's a test, a challenge. He's saying, "You might be Queen, but I'm a bishop. The Church's authority supersedes yours." And Elizabeth? She stands up, in the middle of the Christmas service, in front of everyone, and she walks out of her own chapel. Can you imagine the silence that must have followed? The shock. A queen doesn't walk out of Christmas Mass. It's not done. It's scandalous. But Elizabeth just made her first major political statement. I am in charge, not the bishops, not the old guard who want to keep things the way they were. Me. And if you challenge me, even on Christmas Day, I will publicly reject you. She's been queen for 6 weeks, and she's already using Christmas as a stage for demonstrating power. This is going to be her style for the next 45 years. Now let me tell you about Elizabeth's New Year's gift lists, because these documents are absolutely fascinating. Every single New Year's Day, Elizabeth expected gifts from her courtiers. And I don't mean a nice card or some homemade cookies. I mean valuable, expensive, carefully chosen gifts that reflected your status, your wealth, and your loyalty to the crown. And here's the genius part. Elizabeth had everything recorded. There are surviving documents listing who gave what, down to the smallest detail. In 1532, years before Elizabeth's time but establishing the tradition, we know that Anne Boleyn gave Henry VIII a set of decorative boar spear covers. It's written down, preserved, analysed by historians centuries later. Elizabeth took this tradition and turned it into a sophisticated intelligence operation. Think about it. By tracking what people gave her, she could gauge their financial situation. Are they spending lavishly? They must be doing well, or they're desperate to impress me. Are they giving cheap gifts? Maybe they're having money troubles, or maybe they're insulting me on purpose. And the gift you received back from Elizabeth, that was her judgment on your gift, your loyalty, your worth. If she gave you something valuable, you were in favour. If she gave you something token, you'd better improve your standing. If she refused your gift entirely, you were finished. This wasn't Christmas generosity. This was political calculation wrapped in ribbon. But here's what makes this particularly poignant. Elizabeth couldn't give gifts to a husband, couldn't exchange tokens of affection with children. All of this gift-giving energy, this very human desire to give and receive presents, to show love through material objects, got channeled entirely into these political transactions. Every pretty jewel, every embroidered glove, every decorative pin that courtiers gave her was a substitute for the family gift she would never receive. And every gift she gave back was her way of creating family from courtiers, of building connections through objects instead of blood. It's brilliant and it's lonely and it's very, very Elizabeth. But Elizabeth's Christmases weren't all about political manoeuvring and gift lists. She also loved entertainment, particularly a very specific kind of entertainment that tells us a lot about who she was. In 1572, there's a Christmas celebration at court where Elizabeth is entertained by certain masters of defence that did challenge all comers at all weapons, as longsword, staff, sword and buckler. This is basically professional fighting, not jousting, which is what her father loved. That formal aristocratic kind of combat. This is rough, skilled fighters demonstrating their abilities with actual weapons, longswords, staffs, real combat techniques. Elizabeth loved watching this. She attended these demonstrations regularly at Christmas. Now, why would the Virgin Queen, this woman who cultivated an image of delicate femininity, who used her unmarried status as a political tool, why would she love watching men beat each other with swords? Because Elizabeth understood something fundamental. Power is violence, controlled and ritualized. These men fighting at her Christmas celebrations weren't just entertainment. They were a reminder to everyone present that the crown had access to force, to military might, to people who knew how to use weapons. And she, a woman in a world of men, a queen in a position usually held by kings, needed that reminder visible. Especially at Christmas, when foreign ambassadors were present, when her own nobles were gathered, when everyone was evaluating her strength. Yes, these demonstrations said, she's a woman, but she commands men who can kill you. It's psychological warfare, Tudor style, and it's happening while everyone eats mince pies and drinks mulled wine. Elizabeth also had a particular love for dancing, specifically something called the cushion dance, which is both adorable and, when you think about it, a brilliant political tool. Here's how it worked. Dancers would kneel on a cushion facing each other, kiss, and then the person who received the kiss would take the cushion and choose the next partner. Now, imagine you're a courtier at Elizabeth's Christmas celebration. You're dancing, you have the cushion, and you have to choose who to give it to, who to kiss, in front of the entire court, in front of the Queen. Do you choose someone powerful to gain favour? Do you choose the Queen herself, which is flattering but might seem presumptuous? Do you choose someone you're romantically interested in, even though everyone will see and gossip? Every choice is political. Every kiss is public. And Elizabeth, sitting on her throne, watching all of this, is learning about alliances, attractions, tensions within her court, all through a dance. She's not just being entertained, she's gathering intelligence, and occasionally she'd participate herself, the Queen kneeling on a cushion, kissing some courtier, and then choosing her next partner. Imagine being chosen by Elizabeth the honour, the terror, the gossip that would follow. For a woman who couldn't marry, who couldn't have traditional romantic relationships without destroying her political position, these dances were the closest she could come to physical affection in public. Brief, ritualized, observed by everyone, controlled completely. Everything Elizabeth did at Christmas was like this, taking normal celebrations and turning them into something that served her reign, while also perhaps feeding some small human need for connection. Let me tell you about the sheer scale of Elizabeth's Christmas celebrations, because we have some remarkable records. When Elizabeth held Christmas court, she wasn't just feeding her immediate household. The tradition of open house that we talked about earlier, where nobles were expected to feed everyone, applied to the Queen most of all. We have records of one Christmas where Elizabeth's household went through quantities of food that are almost incomprehensible. I'm not going to list everything because we'd be here all night, but here are some highlights. Multiple entire cattle, dozens of sheep, hundreds of birds of various kinds, barrels upon barrels of beer and wine, enough bread to feed a small army, which, essentially, is what the royal household was. And this wasn't a special occasion. This was every Christmas. This level of consumption was expected, normal, required. But here's what's different from Henry V's feasts. Elizabeth didn't do this to show off. She did it because she had to. Because feeding people was how monarchs demonstrated their ability to provide, to protect, to be the mother, or in Elizabeth's case, the mother and father of the nation. Remember, Elizabeth called herself married to England. She called her subjects her children. So Christmas wasn't just a party, it was a massive demonstration of maternal-paternal provision. Look, every feast said, I can feed all of you. I can take care of my family. For a woman who would never have biological children, who could never be a conventional mother, Christmas became the time when she performed motherhood on a national scale, and that must have been exhausting, emotionally, politically, physically exhausting. But let me share something about Elizabeth's Christmases that shows her vulnerability, her humanity beneath all the political calculation. We know from historical records that Elizabeth loved music. She played the virginals, a type of keyboard instrument. She had a good singing voice. And at Christmas, away from the official entertainments and political demonstrations, she would sometimes have small, private musical evenings with her ladies-in-waiting. Just women making music together. No foreign ambassadors to impress. No courtiers to manage, no political messages to send. Just Elizabeth, sitting at her instrument, playing songs, singing with the women who served her. These moments weren't recorded in official chronicles. We only know about them from passing references in letters, from offhand comments in memoirs written years later. Because they weren't public, they weren't political, they were just human. And I think about those evenings sometimes. Elizabeth, who spent every public moment being the Virgin Queen, being Elizabeth Regina, being this carefully constructed political persona, for a few hours at Christmas, she could just be a woman who liked music, who enjoyed the company of other women, who wanted to sing. Those might have been the only moments in the entire year when she wasn't performing. Now, I need to tell you about one of the strangest aspects of Elizabeth's Christmas celebrations, her relationship with New Year's gifts from foreign powers. Diplomatic gift-giving during the Christmas season was incredibly complex. Every gift from a foreign ruler or ambassador was analysed for hidden meanings, and Elizabeth, brilliant politician that she was, used her responses to send messages back. There's a recorded incident where a foreign ambassador gave Elizabeth what he clearly thought was a magnificent gift, some elaborate piece of jewellery or decorative object, and Elizabeth accepted it, looked at it, and then gave it away to one of her ladies-in-waiting, right there in front of the ambassador. The message was clear. Your gift is fine for a servant, but not worthy of a queen. It's devastating, absolutely brutal, and it's done with a smile, with grace, wrapped in the language of generosity. Oh, how lovely, Lady So-and-so will simply adore this. While actually being a massive diplomatic insult, this is Elizabeth's genius. She never had to raise her voice, never had to explicitly say, "You have displeased me." She just used the mechanisms of Christmas generosity to send messages that everyone understood, and foreign powers learned. You don't give Elizabeth the cheap gifts. You don't treat her like she's less than any king just because she's a woman. Because she will smile, accept your gift, and absolutely destroy you with kindness. Here's something that doesn't get talked about enough. Elizabeth's Christmases became progressively quieter as she aged. In her youth, she loved the tournaments, the dancing, the crowds. But by the 1590s, as she entered her 60s, ancient by Tudor standards, her Christmas celebrations became more intimate, more subdued. She still held court, still received gifts, still fulfilled all her official duties, but the private moments grew longer, the musical evenings more frequent, the desire to be surrounded by hundreds of people less pressing. There's something heartbreaking about imagining elderly Elizabeth at Christmas. She's outlived most of her closest advisors. Her longtime friend and possibly lover Robert Dudley died in 1588. The Earl of Essex, whom she genuinely cared for, she had to execute for treason in 1601. Her youth is decades behind her. She knows she has no heir of her body. The Tudor line dies with her. And every Christmas, she's surrounded by people celebrating family, talking about children, looking toward the future, while she represents an ending. But she kept performing, kept being the Virgin Queen, kept giving gifts and receiving them and making every celebration serve the crown. Because that's what she'd chosen to do with her life, and Elizabeth, I never did anything halfway. You know what strikes me most about Elizabeth's Christmases? The control. Henry VIII's Christmases were chaotic, emotional, excessive. He felt everything intensely and expressed it publicly. But Elizabeth, she controlled everything. Every gift, every dance, every moment of celebration was managed, calculated, used. Even her vulnerability was strategic. When she appeared emotional or personal, it was usually because she'd decided that showing that side of herself would serve a purpose. And I can't decide if that makes her brilliant or tragic. Maybe both. Probably both. Because she achieved what she set out to do. She ruled successfully for 45 years. She kept England stable through religious wars, foreign threats, economic challenges. She created a golden age of English culture. She proved that a woman could rule as effectively as any man. But the cost? The cost was being alone every Christmas of her adult life, performing maternity but never experiencing motherhood, giving and receiving gifts that meant political favour instead of love, dancing with courtiers instead of a husband, singing with her ladies because she couldn't sing with children. She was the most successful monarch in English history. And she spent every Christmas being reminded of everything she'd sacrificed to be that. So that's Elizabeth's 45 Christmases. Brilliant, lonely, controlled, and ultimately heartbreaking beneath all the political theatre. But Elizabeth was the last Tudor. When she died in 1603, the crown passed to James I, beginning the Stuart dynasty. And the Stuarts, they would take Christmas in a completely different direction. A direction that would eventually lead to something unthinkable, the complete and total abolition of Christmas itself. Because after Elizabeth's carefully balanced religious settlement, after her decades of holding Protestant and Catholic factions in check, England was about to tear itself apart over religion, and Christmas, of all things, would become a battlefield. Wait until you hear what the Puritans did. It's shocking, it's disturbing, and it shows us what happens when religion and politics collide with the force of absolute certainty. The next chapter in our story is the darkest one yet, the Christmas that disappeared. Imagine waking up on December 25th, 1647, and being told that celebrating Christmas is now a crime. Not discouraged, not frowned upon. A crime, punishable by fine, possibly imprisonment. Parliament has decreed that shops must open, businesses must operate, and anyone caught feasting or singing carols or even hanging a sprig of holly can be reported to the authorities. Christmas, the holiday that survived Viking invasions, the Norman conquest, the Black Death, Henry VIII's break with Rome, has been abolished, erased from the calendar, made illegal, and the man responsible, Oliver Cromwell, Lord Protector of England, who believed that Christmas was, and I quote, an extreme forgetfulness of Christ by giving liberty to carnal and sensual delights. Let me say that again. Cromwell banned Christmas for being too carnal and sensual. He literally thought people were forgetting about Christ by celebrating Christ's birth. How did this happen? How did England go from Elizabeth I's carefully managed Christmas courts to making the entire holiday illegal? And more importantly, what happened to the people who refused to stop celebrating? This is the story of the 13 years when Christmas disappeared, and the underground rebellion that kept it alive. Let's back up a bit, because you need to understand how England got to this point. After Elizabeth died in 1603, the crown passed to James I, then to his son Charles there. And Charles made a lot of mistakes. He believed in the divine right of kings, that God himself had appointed him to rule, and nobody, including Parliament, had the right to question him. Parliament disagreed, strongly, and by 1642, England had descended into civil war. Royalists versus parliamentarians, the king's forces versus Cromwell's army, Catholic and Anglican traditions versus Puritan reform. It was brutal. Families torn apart, neighbours fighting neighbours, cities besieged. And by 1649, it culminated in something unprecedented. They executed the king. They cut off Charles III's head in front of a crowd in London. England became a commonwealth, basically a republic, though nobody was quite sure what to call it. And the people in charge, Puritans, religious reformers who believed that the Church of England had become too Catholic, too concerned with ritual and ceremony, not concerned enough with personal piety and Bible study. And these Puritans looked at Christmas and saw everything they hated. Here's what the Puritans objected to about Christmas, and I want you to really understand their perspective because it's more complex than just they hated fun. First, they argued that December 25th wasn't actually Christ's birthday. The Bible doesn't give us Jesus' birth date, and December 25th was chosen by the early church partially to coincide with pagan winter solstice celebrations. So celebrating Christmas on this date was, in their view, perpetuating pagan tradition. Second, they looked at how Christmas was actually celebrated. The feasting, the drinking, the partying, the Lord of Misrule traditions we talked about earlier, and they thought, this isn't honouring Christ. This is an excuse for debauchery. Third, and this is crucial, they believed that celebrating Christmas was adding to God's word. If God wanted us to celebrate Christ's birth on a specific day, he would have told us in the Bible. Since the Bible doesn't mandate Christmas celebrations, creating this holiday was presuming to know better than God. From their perspective, they weren't destroying something sacred. They were removing something that dishonoured God. Now, you might think, okay, but surely people just celebrated quietly, privately. Oh no! The Puritans weren't content with making Christmas optional. They made it illegal. In 1644, even before Charles I was executed, Parliament passed an ordinance declaring December 25th a regular working day. But that was just the beginning. In 1647 they went further. An official act of Parliament completely abolished Christmas, along with Easter and Whitsun. All traditional feast days, gone. The law stated that no observation shall be had of the 25th day of December. Shops were required to stay open. Markets had to operate. If you were caught not working, you could be fined. But the truly invasive part, they encourage people to report each other. Your neighbour cooking a goose on December 25th. Report them. Your friend hanging decorations. Report them. Someone singing carols? That's a violation of public order. Report them. Can you imagine the paranoia, the suspicion? Christmas, which had always been about community and gathering together, became a test of loyalty. Are you with the new government, or are you one of those Christmas-celebrating royalists? Families were torn apart over this. Because some people genuinely agreed with the Puritans, they thought Christmas had become corrupt, that reform was necessary. But others saw this as an attack on their traditions, their identity, their freedom. Let me tell you what happened in Canterbury in 1647, because it perfectly captures the resistance to this law. The Mayor of Canterbury, a Puritan, ordered all shops to open on December 25th. Business as usual, no special treatment for Christmas. The townspeople rioted. And I don't mean a small protest. I mean a full-scale riot that lasted several days. They seized control of the town. They locked the mayor in his own house. They declared that they would celebrate Christmas whether Parliament liked it or not. The government had to send in troops to restore order. Troops to stop people from celebrating Christmas. And Canterbury wasn't unique. There were Christmas riots in Norwich, Ipswich, and other towns across England. People were willing to fight, literally fight, for the right to feast and sing carols and hang holly. The Puritans had misjudged something fundamental. Christmas wasn't just a religious observation that could be logically argued away. It was woven into the fabric of English identity. It was memory and tradition and community and joy. You couldn't just erase it with a parliamentary decree. But here's what's fascinating. Despite the laws, despite the fines, despite the threat of imprisonment, people kept celebrating. In secret. Yes. Quietly. Certainly. But they kept Christmas alive. We have records from this period, diaries, letters, account books, that show people continuing their Christmas traditions underground. They would close their shutters so neighbours couldn't see the feast inside. They would sing carols quietly, behind closed doors. They would give gifts in secret, meeting in homes where they trusted everyone present. One woman's diary from 1652 describes how her family celebrated Christmas, in the old way, but privately, with the doors locked and the curtains drawn, and with lookouts posted to warn us if anyone official approached. Think about that. Lookouts for Christmas dinner. They were celebrating the birth of Christ like they were criminals, like they were part of an underground resistance movement, and in a way, they were. Because continuing to celebrate Christmas was an act of defiance. It was saying, you may control the government, you may control the army, but you don't control my home, you don't control my faith, you don't control my traditions. The Puritans tried various strategies to stop these secret celebrations. They increased patrols on December 25th, with soldiers walking through towns looking for signs of Christmas observance. Smoke from cooking fires when there shouldn't be cooking, the smell of roasted meat, sounds of singing or laughter. They offered rewards for information. Turn in your Christmas celebrating neighbours, get paid. They published pamphlets explaining why Christmas was wrong, why true Christians shouldn't celebrate it. These pamphlets had titles like The Vindication of Christmas. Ironically, it was anti-Christmas despite the title, and An Hue and Cry After Christmas. And you know what? They failed. Completely failed. Because you can't logic people out of traditions that connect them to their parents, their grandparents, their sense of who they are. Christmas wasn't just a date on the calendar. It was memory made tangible. It was the smell of your grandmother's cooking. It was carols your mother taught you. It was the feel of coming together after a hard year. Take that away, and you're not just removing a holiday, you're attacking people's identities. Let me share one of the most moving stories from this period, recorded in a letter from 1651. A woman writes to her sister about how her family celebrated Christmas that year. Her children were young. They'd never experienced a proper open Christmas celebration. So on December 24th, after dark, after making sure no neighbours were watching, the family decorated a small branch with whatever decorations they'd hidden away. The children didn't understand why they had to be quiet, why they couldn't go outside and play, why this celebration was secret. And the mother writes, "It broke my heart to teach my children that Christmas was shameful, that we must hide our joy, that singing about Christ's birth could bring soldiers to our door." Can you feel the weight of that? A mother having to teach her children to be ashamed of Christmas, to be afraid of Christmas. This is what happens when government overreaches into private life, when ideology trumps tradition, when the powerful decide they know better than ordinary people how to worship, how to celebrate, how to live. But here's something that often gets overlooked. Not everyone who supported the Puritan government was against Christmas itself. Many people, including some parliamentarians, thought the laws went too far. There's a recorded debate in Parliament where one member says essentially, "Look, I agree that Christmas celebrations had gotten out of hand. Too much drinking, too much debauchery, but banning it entirely, making it illegal to cook a special meal or gather with family, that's not reform, that's tyranny." He was outvoted. Because once you start down the path of controlling private behaviour, once you convince yourself that you're doing God's work and anyone who disagrees is a sinner, there's no logical stopping point. If Christmas is too worldly, what about other celebrations? If feasting is wrong on December 25th, isn't it wrong every day? If gathering to sing is inappropriate, should we ban all music? This is the danger of absolutism, whether it's religious absolutism, political absolutism, or any other kind. Once you start dictating how people must live every aspect of their private lives, you've crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. The ban on Christmas lasted 13 years. 13 Christmases where the holiday was officially illegal in England. And then, in 1660, everything changed. Charles II, son of the executed king, was invited back from exile to restore the monarchy. The Restoration, historians call it. England had tried life without a king and decided it preferred the old system, flaws and all. One of the first things Charles II did, reinstate Christmas. Officially, legally, Christmas was allowed again, and people went wild. There are descriptions of the Christmas of 1660 as being the most joyous celebration in living memory. People who had celebrated secretly for over a decade could finally feast openly, hang decorations in their windows, sing carols in the streets. Shops that sold Christmas decorations, which had been essentially illegal for 13 years, couldn't keep up with demand. Carol singers appeared on every corner. Churches held elaborate Christmas services for the first time in over a decade. It was like the entire country had been holding its breath, and finally, they could exhale. But here's the thing. Christmas never fully recovered from those 13 years, not immediately anyway. A generation of children had grown up without open Christmas celebrations, without the traditions being passed down naturally. Christmas came back, yes, but it was subdued. Quieter than it had been in Elizabeth's time or the Tudors' time. The carolling tradition, for instance, it has been virtually extinct by the time Christmas was restored. Those medieval and Tudor carols we talked about earlier, many of them were lost during these years. They would have to be rediscovered and revived in the Victorian era, centuries later. The elaborate feasts, they came back, but not at the same scale. The 12 days of Christmas, still observed but with less enthusiasm. The scars of Prohibition lasted longer than the Prohibition itself. It would take the Victorians 200 years later to fully revive Christmas, to make it once again the grand celebration it had been before the Puritans tried to kill it. You know what strikes me most about this period? The sheer determination of ordinary people. These weren't nobles with political power. These weren't wealthy merchants with resources to protect them. These were regular families, farmers, craftsmen, shopkeepers, who risked fines and imprisonment to maintain a tradition. Why? What made it worth the risk? I think it's because Christmas represented something fundamental about human nature. We need celebrations. We need moments when we pause from ordinary life and mark time as special. We need traditions that connect us to our past and give us hope for the future. Take that away, and you're not just removing a holiday, you're removing a piece of people's humanity. The Puritans thought they were purifying Christianity, making it more authentic. And maybe, from their perspective, they were right about some of the excesses. Maybe Christmas had become too commercial, too focused on earthly pleasures, but they forgot something crucial. Religion isn't just theology. It's not just intellectual understanding of doctrine. It's practice. It's ritual. It's the smell of evergreen boughs and the taste of special foods and the sound of familiar carols. It's memory and emotion and community. Strip away the sensory and emotional elements, reduce religion to pure logic and doctrine, and you lose something essential. You lose the heart of it. So that's the story of the Christmas that vanished. 13 years when England tried to erase a holiday and discovered that some things are too deeply rooted in human culture to kill. But while England was recovering from its failed experiment in banning Christmas, something very different was happening elsewhere. Because not all of Britain was under Puritan control. Scotland had its own traditions, its own conflicts, and the restoration of the monarchy meant that new royal families would bring their own Christmas customs to England. The Stuarts eventually gave way to the Hanoverians, German princes who had become British kings, and these German royals, they had their own ideas about Christmas. Ideas that would plant the seeds for traditions we still follow today. Wait until you hear what Queen Charlotte brought with her from Germany. It's the beginning of something that will change Christmas forever. Christmas came back to England in 1660, but it came back changed, quieter, more private, less confident. And it might have stayed that way, a modest, subdued celebration, if not for a 17-year-old German princess who arrived in England in 1761 with a strange custom nobody had ever seen before. She decorated a tree indoors with candles and sweets, and she did it on Christmas. Now I know what you're thinking. Wait, didn't we already talk about Christmas trees? Didn't Prince Albert introduce them? That's what most people believe. That's what gets taught in schools. But the truth is more complicated and more interesting. Because the woman who truly brought the Christmas tree to England, who planted the seed that would eventually grow into the tradition we know today, wasn't Victoria's husband. It was Victoria's grandmother, Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. And her story is one of homesickness, cultural fusion, and a quiet revolution in how Britain celebrated Christmas. Let me paint you a picture of Charlotte's first Christmas in England. She's 17 years old. She's been married to King George III for exactly 4 months. She barely speaks English. She's in a foreign country where everything is different. The food, the weather, the customs, the language, and Christmas is coming. Now, back in her homeland of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, a small duchy in northern Germany, Charlotte's family had celebrated Christmas in a specific way. They would bring a yew branch indoors, not a whole tree, just a large branch, and decorate it with candles, paper flowers, and sweets. Presents would be laid underneath for each family member. It was intimate, domestic, magical. Charlotte missed home terribly, and so in December 1761 she asked her ladies-in-waiting to help her find a yew branch. She decorated it the way her mother had taught her. She lit candles, she arranged presents underneath, and she invited the royal household to gather around it and sing carols. Can you imagine being one of those courtiers? You've never seen anything like this. A decorated tree branch, indoors, with fire, and the young queen is singing German songs you don't understand, and she's got this look on her face that's half joy, half heartbreak, because she's trying to recreate home in a place that will never be home. It must have seemed strange, foreign, a bit odd, but also beautiful. For the next 40 years, Charlotte continued this tradition privately. Every Christmas, she decorated a yew branch for the royal family. It was personal, not political, a piece of her homeland that she refused to let go. But then, in December 1800, something changed. Charlotte decided to throw a Christmas party at Queen's Lodge, Windsor, for the children of the principal local families, not royal children, just local kids. And as the centerpiece of this party, she erected not a branch, but an entire yew tree, decorated with candles, baubles, fruits, and sweetmeats. We have an eyewitness account from John Watkins, who attended this party and later wrote about it. He describes the tree as having bunches of sweetmeats, almonds, and raisins in papers, fruits and toys, most tastefully arranged, the whole illuminated by small wax candles. The children were mesmerized. They'd never seen anything like it. This glittering, magical tree, lit up in the darkness of winter, covered with treats and toys. And here's what makes this moment revolutionary. Charlotte wasn't doing this for the court. She wasn't making a political statement. She was doing this for children. She was creating magic for kids. That might not sound revolutionary, but think about every Christmas we've discussed so far. Norman Christmases were about power. Plantagenet Christmases were about politics. Tudor and Elizabethan Christmases were about performance and control. Even the resistance to the Puritan ban was about adult traditions, adult identity. But Charlotte made Christmas about childhood wonder, about creating joy for children just because children deserve joy. That's a completely different vision of what Christmas could be. Now here's where the story gets more interesting. Because Charlotte's Christmas tree didn't immediately become a national phenomenon. The aristocracy noticed it, of course. Some wealthy families began imitating what they'd seen at court, putting up small trees for their own children. But it remained rare, exclusive, something that happened in a few wealthy households. The majority of British people had no idea Christmas trees existed. If you'd walked into a typical English home in 1810 and asked about Christmas trees, they would have looked at you like you were speaking another language. So why do we think of the Christmas tree as a British tradition? Why does everyone credit Prince Albert when Charlotte did it first? 2 reasons: class and media. Charlotte's Christmas trees were private events at royal residences or aristocratic homes. The general public never saw them. There were no photographs. Photography wouldn't be invented for decades. No newspapers reporting on royal Christmas celebrations. It was the royal family's private business. But when Victoria and Albert decorated a Christmas tree in 1848, something had changed. The media was paying attention. There were newspapers, illustrated magazines, an increasingly literate public hungry for news about the young queen and her handsome German prince. And when the Illustrated London News published an engraving of Victoria, Albert, and their children gathered around a Christmas tree, every middle-class family in Britain saw it. Within a decade, Christmas trees went from aristocratic novelty to middle-class standard. So Charlotte planted the seed. But it took Victoria's celebrity and the power of mass media to make it bloom. Let me tell you about what Georgian Christmas was actually like for most people. Because while we've been focused on royalty, ordinary British families were developing their own traditions in the wake of the Puritan ban. Christmas had returned, yes, but it was finding a new identity. It was no longer the medieval marathon of 12 days of constant feasting and chaos. It was no longer the Tudor spectacle of disguisings and political theatre. It was becoming something more domestic, more focused on family, but it was also becoming tied up with social class in new ways. In wealthy households, Georgian Christmas meant parties, balls, card games. Gambling was hugely popular, especially at Christmas. House parties that could last days, with guests staying over, dancing every night, playing elaborate games. There's a record from one Georgian Christmas party where they played something called Hunt the Slipper. The rules are, honestly, I'm not entirely sure what they were, but it involved chasing each other around the house looking for a hidden slipper, and apparently it was hilarious when you were slightly drunk on Christmas punch. Another popular game was Blind Man's Bluff, which is basically tag while blindfolded. Now imagine playing this in a Georgian parlour full of expensive furniture while wearing elaborate dresses and high-heeled shoes after several glasses of wine. It's amazing anyone survived. But for working-class families, Georgian Christmas was more modest. A special meal, yes, but probably goose or duck, not turkey, because turkey was still expensive. Some ale or beer, maybe a plum pudding if you could afford it. A day off work if your employer was generous. The gap between how the wealthy celebrated Christmas and how the poor celebrated was becoming more visible, more pronounced, and that would have consequences in the Victorian era when writers like Charles Dickens would use Christmas as a lens for examining inequality and social responsibility. Speaking of food, let me tell you about the Georgian Christmas dinner, because it's where we start to see the meal evolving into something recognisable. George the Von, the first Hanoverian king, loved plum pudding so much that people called him the Pudding King. He insisted on having plum pudding every Christmas, and this German-born king's passion for this particular dessert helped cement it as a Christmas tradition. Plum pudding, by the way, doesn't actually contain plums in the modern sense. It's made with dried fruits, raisins, currants, sultanas, plus sweat, breadcrumbs, eggs, sugar, and spices. It's rich, heavy, and absolutely delicious when done right. The tradition was to make your plum pudding weeks in advance, sometimes months, and let it age. The longer it sat, the more the flavours melded together, and then on Christmas Day you'd steam it for several hours and serve it with brandy butter or custard. But here's my favourite part. Georgian cooks would hide things in the pudding, coins usually. Whoever found the coin in their slice was supposed to have good luck for the coming year. It was like a lottery made of dessert. Can you imagine the excitement? You're digging into your pudding and suddenly you bite down on something hard and you realise you got the lucky coin. Meanwhile, your siblings are frantically searching through their portions, hoping they're the chosen one. It's such a simple thing, but it turned eating dessert into a game, a moment of anticipation and joy. That's Georgian Christmas in a nutshell, taking traditions from the past and making them more playful, more focused on creating happy memories. But let's talk about what was happening with King George III, because his story adds a layer of poignancy to the Georgian Christmas narrative. George III is famous, or infamous, for going mad. We now think he probably had porphyria, a metabolic disorder that can cause mental symptoms. But whatever the medical explanation, George had episodes where he became severely mentally ill, detached from reality, unable to fulfill his duties as king. His first major episode hit in 1788, right before Christmas. Can you imagine being Queen Charlotte, preparing for Christmas, and your husband, the king, is having a breakdown. The whole court is in crisis. Doctors are trying various treatments, most of which are medieval and probably making things worse. Political factions are manoeuvring to take advantage of the king's incapacity, and it's Christmas. You're supposed to feast and celebrate and be joyful. Charlotte did something remarkable. She insisted on Christmas celebrations continuing as normally as possible. Not elaborate, not political, but present, real. Because the children, George and Charlotte had 15 children, needed some sense of normalcy. We have records of the Christmas dinner at Kew Palace in 1788, just as George was beginning to recover from this episode. The menu included roasted wild turkey from Richmond Park, an 18-pound roast beef, a large Christmas pie, spinach, George's favourite vegetable, stewed endive and fish dishes. It wasn't the most elaborate feast ever, but it was deliberate, careful. Charlotte making sure that even in crisis, even when the king was ill and the future uncertain, there was still Christmas. There was still family gathered around a table. There was still the ritual of eating special foods and being together. That's strength. That's love. That's Christmas as an anchor in turbulent times. The Georgian era also saw the development of what we might call Christmas charity, the idea that Christmas was a time when the wealthy had an obligation to help the poor. This wasn't entirely new. We've talked about the medieval tradition of open houses where nobles fed their servants and tenants. But in the Georgian era, it became more formalized, more expected. Wealthy families would prepare Christmas boxes, packages of food, clothing or money, to distribute to their servants, to poor families in the parish, to anyone who needed help. This is actually where we get Boxing Day from, December 26th, the day when these boxes were traditionally distributed. But here's the complicated part. This charity was often quite patronizing. It reinforced class hierarchies rather than challenging them. The message was, I am wealthy and generous. You are poor and grateful. This is the natural order of things, and at Christmas I remind you that I take care of you. It's not pure generosity, it's social control wrapped in holiday spirit. And yet, people needed that help. Whatever the motivations, whatever the problematic power dynamics, those Christmas boxes meant the difference between hunger and a decent meal for many families. So how do we think about that? Is problematic charity better than no charity? Is it okay to do the right thing for the wrong reasons? These are questions the Georgians didn't really ask, but the Victorians would, and their answers would reshape Christmas yet again. Let me tell you about one more Georgian Christmas tradition that's both charming and slightly alarming: the Yule log. The tradition of burning a special log at Christmas is ancient. We talked briefly about it with the Tudors, but in the Georgian era, it took on specific rituals. The Yule log had to be huge, so large that one man couldn't lift it alone. It needed to be cut from your own land if possible, or gifted from a neighbour. On Christmas Eve, it would be brought into the house with great ceremony, often wrapped in hazel twigs and ribbons. The goal was to keep it burning throughout the 12 days of Christmas. If you could keep the fire going that long, it was supposed to bring good luck for the coming year, and you were supposed to save a piece of the partially burned log to light next year's fire, connecting each Christmas to the last, creating continuity across years. Now, here's the slightly alarming part. These were massive logs. We're talking tree trunk sized, burning in what were, by modern standards, not super safe fireplaces in wooden houses with thatched roofs. The number of Christmas fires, as in houses burning down during this period, was significant. But people kept the tradition anyway because the symbolism was more important than the fire hazard. That's very human, isn't it? We do risky things for tradition, for the feeling of connection to the past, for the magic of ritual, even when the logical part of our brain is saying this is probably not safe. You know what I find most touching about the Georgian Christmas? The domestication of it. After the grand spectacles of the Tudors, after the political calculations of Elizabeth, after the trauma of the Puritan ban, Georgian Christmas said, let's make this about home, about family, about children wondering at a decorated tree, about gathering around a fire, about small personal moments of joy. Charlotte's Christmas tree wasn't about impressing anyone. George III's Christmas dinners during his illness weren't political theatre. The Yule log tradition wasn't a display of wealth. The plum pudding with its hidden coin wasn't sophisticated. These were traditions designed to create warmth, literally and figuratively, during the darkest, coldest time of the year. They were about making home feel like sanctuary, and maybe that's what Christmas needed to be after everything Britain had been through. After civil war and religious conflict and political turmoil, maybe what people needed was permission to just enjoy being together, to stop making every celebration about power or theology or resistance and just be happy. That might be the Georgian era's greatest gift to Christmas. Not the tree, though that's important. Not the plum pudding, though that's delicious. But the idea that Christmas could just be nice, uncomplicated, warm, home. Of course, nothing ever stays simple for long. Because while the Georgians were quietly developing these domestic traditions, building a warmer, gentler Christmas, the Industrial Revolution was beginning, and the Industrial Revolution was going to change everything. It would create a wealthy middle class eager to emulate aristocratic traditions. It would create mass poverty in industrial cities. It would make it possible to mass-produce Christmas decorations, Christmas cards, Christmas everything. It would create the conditions for Christmas to explode from a modest family celebration into the cultural phenomenon we know today. And standing at the centre of this transformation would be a young queen who understood something her Georgian ancestors didn't quite grasp. That in the age of newspapers and illustration and public interest, royal Christmas traditions weren't just personal anymore. They were performance. They were influence. They were soft power. Victoria and Albert didn't just celebrate Christmas. They sold it. They exported it. They made it aspirational. And in doing so, they created the template for how the entire Western world celebrates Christmas today. That's the story we're stepping into next. The Victorian Christmas Revolution. There's a single image that changed Christmas forever. Not a painting by a master, not a religious icon, just a simple engraving published in a newspaper in 1848. It shows a young queen, her handsome German husband, and their children gathered around a Christmas tree. Within 10 years, every middle-class family in Britain had a Christmas tree in their parlour. Within 20 years, the tradition had spread across Europe and to America. Within 50 years, it was impossible to imagine Christmas without one. One image, one moment. And suddenly, a German custom that had been quietly practiced by aristocrats for decades became the defining symbol of Christmas for the entire Western world. This is the story of how two people, Victoria and Albert, took all the traditions we've talked about, all the customs developed over 1,000 years, and repackaged them into something new, something aspirational, something that middle-class families could copy in their own homes. They didn't invent Christmas, but they invented the Christmas we know today, and that might be even more powerful. Let's start with February 1840, Victoria and Albert's wedding. Victoria is 20 years old, has been queen for 3 years, and is absolutely head over heels in love with her cousin from Germany. Albert is handsome, serious, intellectual, everything Victoria finds attractive, and he brings with him memories of German Christmases, traditions from his childhood that are about to transform Britain. But here's what's crucial to understand. Victoria had already experienced Christmas trees as a child. Remember, her grandmother, Queen Charlotte, had been putting up trees since 1800. Victoria writes in her diary as a teenager about the joy of seeing trees hung with lights and sugar ornaments at Kensington Palace. So why didn't Christmas trees become popular then? Why did it take Victoria and Albert to make it happen? 2 reasons: class and timing. When Charlotte did it, it was a private royal tradition. Aristocrats might have known about it, but ordinary people didn't. There was no way for them to see what the royal family did at Christmas. No photographs, no illustrated newspapers. The royal Christmas was behind closed doors. But by 1848, everything had changed. Britain had a growing, literate middle class eager to emulate their betters. Newspapers were everywhere. The Illustrated London News, launched in 1842, was bringing images into homes for the first time. People could see what the rich and famous were doing, and they wanted to copy it. And Victoria and Albert, they were the ultimate celebrity couple. Young, attractive, clearly in love with a growing family, they were like royalty you could relate to. When they did something, people noticed. So when the Illustrated London News published that engraving of the royal family around their Christmas tree, it wasn't just news, it was a lifestyle guide. It was an instruction manual for how modern families should celebrate Christmas. Let me tell you what made Albert's approach to Christmas trees special, because it wasn't just about having a tree. It was about how that tree was decorated and what it meant. Albert personally took charge of decorating the trees at Windsor Castle. Not servants, not decorators. Him. The Prince Consort, husband of the Queen of England, spending Christmas Eve arranging ornaments and lighting candles on a tree. He used traditional German decorations, wax candles, which he'd light himself. Sweets like barley sugar shaped into plums and hung from branches with wire. Real fruits, apples, oranges. Simple paper decorations. Glass ornaments imported from Germany, which were becoming more elaborate every year. But here's what's touching. Albert did this for his children. He was creating magic for them. He was bringing his own childhood memories to life for a new generation. Victoria writes about this in her journal. She describes how Albert would prepare the tree in secret, how the children weren't allowed to see it until Christmas Eve, how their faces would light up when they finally entered the room and saw this glittering, beautiful thing their father had created for them. It's not about wealth or power or politics. It's about a father wanting to give his children wonder. And that's something any parent can relate to, regardless of class or status. That's why it worked. That's why people rush to copy it. Because Albert made the Christmas tree about childhood joy, and every parent wants to give that to their children. But Victoria and Albert didn't just popularize the Christmas tree. They fundamentally changed when and how gifts were exchanged. Remember, traditionally in England, gifts were given on New Year's Day or Twelfth Night. But Albert brought the German custom of exchanging gifts on Christmas Eve, or as the Germans call it, Heiligabend-Bescherung. And Victoria adopted this completely. Every Christmas Eve the royal family would gather, and gifts would be displayed on tables, not wrapped, just laid out, each person having their own table covered with presents. This is still how the British royal family does it today, by the way. On Christmas Eve they set up trestle tables at Sandringham. Each family member gets their own table, and presents are displayed unwrapped. It's a German tradition that the British royal family has maintained for over 180 years. But here's where it gets interesting. Middle-class Victorian families adopted the idea of Christmas gifts, but they couldn't afford separate tables for everyone, so they adapted. Gifts went under the tree, and because having multiple tables covered with presents was ostentatious, they started wrapping gifts to make them mysterious, to make the giving last longer, to add an element of surprise. Victoria and Albert did it one way. The middle class adapted it, and that adaptation became the tradition we know today, wrapped presents under a tree, opened on Christmas morning. That's how traditions evolve. The upper classes do something one way, the middle classes copy but modify it to fit their circumstances, and the modified version becomes traditional. Now let's talk about Victoria's personal additions to Christmas tradition, because she contributed her own innovations beyond what Albert brought. One of my favourites, Victoria started putting coins in the Christmas pudding. This was different from the medieval tradition of hiding beans or peas. Victoria used sovereigns, actual gold coins, and she did it, according to contemporary accounts, as a gesture of thanks to her cook. Think about that. The Queen of England, the most powerful woman in the world, putting gold coins in a dessert to thank her cook. It's a small gesture, but it shows something important about Victorian values. The idea that even servants, even people far below you in social status, deserve recognition and gratitude. This fit perfectly with the Victorian reimagining of Christmas as a time for charity, for thinking about those less fortunate, for acknowledging the humanity of everyone regardless of class. Charles Dickens would capture this spirit in A Christmas Carol in 1843, the same year Victoria and Albert were establishing their family Christmas traditions. Scrooge learning to see Bob Cratchit as a person deserving of generosity and respect. That's the same ethos Victoria was performing by putting sovereigns in the pudding for her staff to find. Christmas was becoming, in the Victorian imagination, a time when social divisions softened. Not disappeared. Let's not romanticize too much, but softened, acknowledged, made more human. Speaking of staff, let me tell you about how Victoria celebrated Christmas with her servants, because this is one of the most moving aspects of her Christmas traditions. Every Christmas Eve, before the royal family opened their own presents, Victoria and Albert would go down to the servants' hall at Osborne House, their holiday home on the Isle of Wight, and personally distribute gifts to every member of staff. And we're talking about over 100 servants, housekeepers, maids, footmen, cooks, gardeners, stable hands, everyone. Victoria would have gifts prepared for each of them. Books, clothing, food items, things chosen with at least some thought to the individual. This wasn't just noblesse oblige. Victoria took a genuine maternal interest in her servants' lives. She knew their names. She asked about their families. She attended their weddings and sent gifts when their children were born. For Victoria, this Christmas Eve distribution of gifts to servants wasn't a duty. It was important to her. She writes about it in her journals with real warmth. And she did it before attending to her own family's celebrations, which tells you something about her priorities. Now, was this relationship equal? Of course not. Victoria was queen. They were servants. The power dynamics were completely unbalanced. But within those constraints, Victoria tried to acknowledge the humanity and worth of the people who served her family. And for many Victorian servants, that Christmas gift from the Queen, that personal moment of recognition, might have been the most significant event of their year. Let's talk about the Victorian Christmas feast, because this is when the meal really starts to look like what we eat today. Turkey is finally becoming the standard centerpiece. Not exotic anymore, not a novelty. Turkey is what middle-class families serve. The wealthy might still have more elaborate spreads. Victoria's Christmas feasts included multiple courses, various soups, fish dishes, several roasts including beef and boar's head, which Albert particularly loved, game pies, and of course turkey. But for the emerging middle class who were reading about the royal Christmas in newspapers and magazines, turkey was achievable. It was special but not impossibly expensive. You couldn't afford a boar's head or a baron of beef, but you could probably manage a turkey if you saved up. And alongside the turkey, all the trimmings that are still standard: roasted potatoes, vegetables, bread sauce, cranberry sauce. This is the Victorian era establishing the template. Then comes plum pudding for dessert, but now it's more elaborate than ever. Victorian cooks were adding more dried fruits, more spices, more brandy. They were making them weeks or even months in advance, wrapping them in cloth and letting them age in cool cellars. The longer it aged, the richer the flavour, and when you served it, you'd pour brandy over it and set it alight. The flaming pudding carried into the darkened dining room, everyone gasping at the blue flames. That's Victorian theatrical flair applied to dessert. Mince pies are still on the table, but by Victorian times the meat is mostly gone. They're transitioning to the sweet version we know today, though some traditional cooks still included a bit of sweet to honour the old ways. The Victorian Christmas feast was rich, probably too rich. Victoria herself suffered from indigestion, which makes sense when you look at the sheer volume of food she consumed at Christmas, but it was meant to be rich. It was meant to be excessive, because Christmas was the one time of year when even modest families tried to live like the wealthy, where you ate foods you couldn't normally afford and felt, for a day, abundant. Now I need to talk about something that doesn't get discussed enough: how Christmas changed for Victoria after Albert died. December 14th, 1861. Albert dies of typhoid fever at age 42. Victoria is devastated, truly, deeply devastated in a way that shapes the rest of her life. She'll wear mourning clothes for the remaining 40 years of her life. She'll never fully recover from losing him. And Christmas becomes almost unbearable. She writes in December 1862, "Christmas, formerly such a dear, happy time, came so sadly before me." She couldn't bear Windsor Castle at Christmas. Too many memories of Albert decorating trees, of his joy in the celebrations. So she moves the royal Christmas to Osborne House, their more private, intimate holiday home, the place where they'd been happiest as a family. But she maintains all of Albert's traditions. The Christmas trees are still put up, still decorated in the German style Albert loved. Gifts are still exchanged on Christmas Eve. The feast still includes all of Albert's favourite dishes. Why? Because maintaining these traditions was Victoria's way of keeping Albert present, of honouring his memory, of making sure her children and grandchildren remembered him. It's heartbreaking and beautiful at the same time. Victoria celebrating Christmas when her heart was broken, going through all the motions because Albert had loved it so much, because these traditions were his gift to their family. And her children and grandchildren, seeing their mother and grandmother maintain these traditions with such devotion, learned that Christmas mattered, that these rituals were sacred, that family and memory and tradition were worth preserving, even when, especially when, they caused pain. That's a powerful lesson, and it's one reason Victorian Christmas traditions endured so strongly, because Victoria didn't just perform them when they were fun, she performed them when they hurt. She showed that traditions can carry you through grief. Let me tell you about one specific Christmas that captures Victoria's later relationship with the holiday. Christmas 1894 at Osborne House. Victoria is 75 years old. Albert has been dead for 33 years. She's outlived most of her closest advisors and friends. She's the matriarch of an enormous extended family, her children and grandchildren scattered across Europe's royal houses. The Christmas feast that year is elaborate even by Victorian standards. We have the actual menu. It was written in French, as royal menus traditionally were. Let me give you just a taste of it. Consommé with truffle quenelles, coxcombs and mushrooms, carrot soup flavoured with celery and ham, salmon steaks with hollandaise sauce, baron of beef, game pies, boar's head, roasted turkey, plum pudding, mince pies. The meal started at 9 p.m. and went on for hours. But here's what makes this particular Christmas notable. Victoria's grandchildren were there, young people who were bringing new energy, new life to the holiday. And Victoria's journals from this period show that they were slowly restoring her love for Christmas. She couldn't have Christmas joy the way she'd had it with Albert. That was gone forever, but she could have a different kind of joy. The joy of watching her grandchildren experience the traditions she and Albert had created. The joy of knowing that what they'd built together would outlive them both. That's a mature understanding of tradition, isn't it? It's not about recapturing the past. It's about passing something forward, about creating continuity across generations. We need to talk about Christmas cards because they're a Victorian invention that's directly connected to the royal family's influence. 1843, Sir Henry Cole, who, fun fact, would become the first director of what's now the Victoria and Albert Museum, wants to send Christmas greetings to his friends and family. But writing individual letters to everyone is time-consuming. So he has an idea. Commission an artist to create a design, print multiple copies and send those instead. The first Christmas card is created. It shows a family gathering, 3 generations together, raising glasses. The message, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. Initially, it's not a huge success. The cards are expensive, £1 each, which is beyond what most people can afford. And the concept is strange. Why send a card when you could write a letter? But then several things happen. Printing technology improves, making cards cheaper to produce. The halfpenny postage rate is introduced in 1870, making it affordable to send cards across the country. And the Victorian cult of sentiment, the idea that expressing feelings and maintaining connections is important, makes cards emotionally valuable. By the 1880s, Christmas cards are everywhere. And what are they decorated with? Christmas trees, families gathering, snow scenes, Santa Claus, all the imagery that Victoria and Albert had made central to Christmas celebration. The Christmas card becomes a way for middle-class families to perform the same kind of Christmas the royals were having. You might not be able to afford an elaborate feast or dozens of presents, but you could afford a few Christmas cards. You could participate in the ritual of Christmas connection, of reaching out to loved ones, of saying, "I'm thinking of you during this special time." It democratized Christmas sentiment, made it accessible, and that's very Victorian. This idea that everyone, regardless of class, should be able to participate in meaningful traditions. Let me share one more detail about Victorian Christmas that I find fascinating. The pantomime. Victoria loved pantomimes, these theatrical Christmas performances that were part fairy tale, part comedy, part musical. They'd started in earlier centuries, but the Victorians really developed them into the art form we recognise today, and Victoria and Albert took their children to pantomimes regularly. This wasn't considered beneath royal dignity. It was family entertainment, and the royal family was all about family. Can you imagine being a child in that theatre, watching the performance, and realising the Queen of England is sitting in the royal box watching the same show you are? That the royal children are laughing at the same jokes? It made the royal family feel accessible, relatable. They were parents taking their children to a Christmas show, just like you might be doing with your own kids. This is Victoria and Albert's genius. They made royalty aspirational but also attainable. You couldn't be queen, But you could have a Christmas like the Queen's. You couldn't afford her wealth, but you could copy her traditions. You could put up a tree, exchange gifts, go to a pantomime, eat turkey, send cards. They created a template for middle-class Christmas that was both special and achievable. And that's why their version of Christmas spread so completely, so quickly to so many people. You know what strikes me most about the Victorian Christmas Revolution? How much of it was about making private life visible. Before Victoria and Albert, royal Christmas was private, behind closed doors. The public might know the king held a feast, but they didn't know what it looked like, what the king ate, how he celebrated with his family. Victoria and Albert, partly through their own choice, partly through the new media landscape, made royal Christmas visible, and in doing so they made it copyable, aspirational, influential. That single engraving from 1848 reached millions of people. It entered homes across Britain and eventually across the world. It showed people not just a Christmas tree, but a way of being a family, a way of creating joy and connection, a way of making Christmas matter. And people wanted that. They wanted the warmth, the connection, the sense that their own family celebrations mattered as much as royal ones. They wanted to believe that their modest tree and their small feast and their few gifts were part of something larger, something meaningful, something that even the Queen herself participated in. Victoria and Albert gave them permission to believe that, and in doing so they transformed Christmas from a holiday to a cultural phenomenon. So that's the Victorian Christmas transformation, the moment when all the scattered traditions we've been following through history finally coalesced into something recognisable, something modern. But here's the thing, Christmas has never stopped evolving, never stopped changing to fit new circumstances, new technologies, new social values. Because after the Victorian era came the Edwardians, and they would take Victoria and Albert's template and add their own flavours. More technology, more sophistication, more glamour. The last gasp of old aristocratic Christmas before the world wars would change everything forever. Edward VII and Queen Alexandra were about to show Britain what Christmas looked like when you had electric lights, international travel, and access to treasures from around the world. The Edwardian Christmas was the most elegant, the most refined, the most glittering Christmas celebration Britain had ever seen. Let's step into that golden age. Here's a question that might sound simple, but actually tells us everything about how society changes. What did kings eat for Christmas dinner? Because the answer isn't just about food. It's about power, about trade routes, about what was considered luxurious versus what was considered common. It's about how new foods become traditional and how traditions adapt when the world changes. We've spent this entire journey following royal Christmases through history. We've watched coronations and political intrigue, gift-giving and grief. But we haven't really stopped to ask what was actually on the table. How did the Christmas feast evolve from medieval boar's head to Victorian turkey to the meal sitting on your table last December? And here's what makes this fascinating. You can trace the entire arc of British history. Conquest, exploration, industrialization, globalization, just by looking at what the royal family ate for Christmas dinner across the centuries. So let's take a seat at the royal table. Let's see what 1,000 years of Christmas feasts can teach us about power, culture, and why we eat what we eat. Let's start at the very beginning, with the Normans. When William the Conqueror and his descendants held Christmas feasts, the centrepiece, the dish everyone waited for, the moment when the entire hall would erupt in cheers, was the boar's head. Not just any boar, a massive, specially hunted wild boar, its head severed and prepared with elaborate ceremony. The boar would be roasted, and then the head would be presented on an enormous platter, often with an apple stuffed in its mouth, decorated with rosemary and bay leaves, sometimes even gilded. Servants would carry it into the great hall in procession, and everyone would stand. Because this wasn't just food, it was a statement. It said, "I control the forests. I have the resources to hunt. I have the power to serve you this dangerous, wild, masculine animal." The boar was associated with strength, courage, ferocity. Serving its head at Christmas was like serving danger itself, tamed and conquered, and the tradition was so powerful that it continued for centuries. Even into the Tudor period, even after turkey arrived, the boar's head remained ceremonially important. There's still a boar's head carol that dates from this era. The boar's head in hand bear I, bedecked with bays and rosemary. But here's what's crucial. Most people never tasted boar. If you were wealthy enough to be invited to a royal or noble feast, you might. But for ordinary medieval families, Christmas dinner was, well, much more modest. Probably a chicken if you were lucky. Some kind of game your husband managed to catch. Bread, ale, maybe a special pastry. The boar's head was aspirational. It was what people imagine Christmas should be, even if their own celebration involved leftover stew. Now, alongside the boar, medieval and early Plantagenet feasts featured other meats that sound exotic to us today. Peacock, swan, heron, crane. Remember when we talked about Henry VII serving crane in Ireland for the first time? That wasn't just random. These birds were status symbols. They were difficult to hunt or raise. They were visually impressive, and serving them showed that you could access luxury that ordinary people couldn't. Swan, in particular, was reserved for royalty. There were actually laws about who could eat swan. If you weren't nobility, you couldn't legally kill or eat one. It was literally a crime. And here's the thing about swan. It doesn't taste that great. Historical accounts suggest it was tough and fishy. But that didn't matter. You didn't serve swan because it was delicious. You served it because you could, and others couldn't. That's medieval Christmas dining in a nutshell. Food as power made visible. But there was one medieval Christmas dish that everyone ate, regardless of class, and it's still with us today in modified form: mince pies. Medieval mince pies contained actual minced meat, usually mutton, mixed with dried fruits, spices and suet. They were shaped like mangers to represent Christ's birth. They had 13 ingredients representing Christ and his apostles. They were theology you could eat, and everyone had them. Rich people had bigger ones, fancier ones made with more expensive spices. Poor people had smaller ones with cheaper ingredients. But the concept was universal. That's rare in medieval dining. Most dishes were markers of class difference. Mince pies were one of the few things that crossed social boundaries. Let's jump forward to the Tudor Revolution, because this is when everything starts to change. 1526, turkey arrives in England from the New World. And I want you to think about what a massive deal this is. For thousands of years, English people have been eating the same animals: boar, deer, various birds native to Europe. The menu had been essentially stable since Roman times, and suddenly there's this bird from a continent they barely understand, and it's huge, much larger than a goose, and it's relatively easy to keep, and after you get past the novelty, it actually tastes pretty good. Henry VIII tries it. He likes it. Suddenly, turkey is fashionable. By the 1540s, if you're wealthy and you want to show you're cosmopolitan and aware of the new world, you serve turkey. But here's what's important. Turkey doesn't immediately replace the traditional Christmas birds. For most of the Tudor period, if you're really wealthy, you're still serving swan or peacock as your primary bird, with turkey as an exotic addition. If you're moderately wealthy, you're having goose. Turkey is trendy, but it's not yet traditional. That transformation takes time. It takes the bird becoming common enough that middle-class families can afford it. It takes several generations growing up with turkey as normal rather than exotic. By the Georgian era, turkey is becoming standard. By Victorian times, it's what you serve if you can afford it. Today, it's so traditional that many people can't imagine Christmas dinner without it. A bird from the Americas that British people had never heard of until 500 years ago is now considered an ancient Christmas tradition. That's how traditions work. They're invented, they spread, and then we forget they were ever new. Now let's talk about the most excessive, ridiculous, unforgettable Christmas dish ever created, the Tudor Christmas pie. You know about this one. We discussed it earlier. But I want you to really think about what it represents. You take a turkey, you stuff a goose inside it, you stuff a chicken inside the goose, you stuff a partridge inside the chicken, you stuff a pigeon inside the partridge, and then you bake this entire Russian doll of poultry inside a massive pastry case. Who thought of this? What kind of mind looks at a turkey and thinks, you know what this needs? 4 more birds inside it. A Tudor mind, apparently. A mind that believes more is always better, that excess is virtue, that if you're going to make a statement, you might as well make it loud. And make no mistake, the Tudor Christmas pie was never about efficient cooking or complementary flavours. It was about showing off. It was about demonstrating that you had so much wealth, so many resources, that you could waste 5 birds on a single dish that was more spectacle than sustenance. It's the culinary equivalent of arriving at a party in a gold-plated carriage. Unnecessary? Absolutely. Memorable? You bet. And here's what I find almost touching about it. People kept making these for special occasions well into the Victorian era, even though by then everyone agreed they were absurd. They kept the tradition because it connected them to the past, to the Tudors, to this idea of Christmas as a time when normal rules don't apply and excess is celebrated. We don't make Tudor Christmas pies anymore. Thank goodness, honestly. But we kept the spirit of it. We still make Christmas meals more elaborate than necessary. We still cook more food than anyone could reasonably eat. We still treat Christmas dinner as an excuse for abundance. The Tudor Christmas pie lives on in our general approach to Christmas feasting, even if we're not literally stuffing birds inside other birds. Let's talk about fasting, because it adds crucial context to why Christmas feasts were so extreme. Throughout the medieval and early Tudor periods, the 4 weeks before Christmas, Advent, were a time of fasting. Not a complete fast like Lent, but still restrictive. No meat, no cheese, no eggs, no rich foods. For 4 weeks, you're eating bread, porridge, vegetables, fish. That's it. Even wealthy people were eating simply during Advent, though they obviously had better quality bread and more variety of fish. And then Christmas Day arrives, and suddenly all restrictions are lifted. After a month of deprivation, you're allowed, expected, to feast, to eat as much rich food as you can manage. This is why medieval Christmas feasts seem so excessive to us. It wasn't just celebration, it was release. It was compensation for weeks of denial. Your body and your mind were primed to overindulge. Now, the Reformation complicated this. Protestants generally rejected the mandatory fasting of Advent, but the cultural habit remained. Even without religious obligation, people still tended to eat more simply before Christmas, making the feast feel more special. By Victorian times, Advent fasting was mostly gone, but the feast remained. We disconnected the excess from its original context, kept the indulgence while dropping the restraint that gave it meaning. That's what's happening on Christmas tables today. We're still feasting like we've been fasting for a month, even though we haven't. We're performing a ritual whose original purpose we've forgotten, but the performance itself has become the purpose. Let's jump to a specific Christmas feast that we have extraordinary detail about. George III's Christmas dinner at Kew Palace in 1788. We have the actual records. The clerk carefully wrote down everything that their majesties were served. And it's fascinating because it's this interesting middle ground between medieval excess and modern restraint. The centrepiece was roasted wild turkey, caught in nearby Richmond Park. So we're talking fresh, local, specific. Not just any turkey, but one from the king's own hunting grounds. Alongside that, an 18-pound roast beef, a large Christmas pie, pork roasted and boiled, a pheasant, 2 wild ducks, 9 cutlets of mutton, then fish dishes, sole with various preparations, vegetables, spinach, George's particular favourite, and stewed endive. For dessert, brawn, that's a type of terrine made from calves' heads, and mince pies. Now, this is elaborate. This is more food than any reasonable person could eat. But notice what's different from medieval feasts. No swan, no peacock, no boar's head as ceremony. The exotic status birds are gone. We're down to foods that are luxurious but not performatively so. It's still clearly a royal feast, 18 pounds of beef, but it's moving towards something that a wealthy middle-class family might aspire to copy, even if on a smaller scale. That's the Georgian evolution. Keeping the abundance but making it less theatrical, more domestic, more focused on quality and personal preference, George's spinach, rather than pure spectacle. Now here's something I find deeply touching about that 1788 feast, the servants' meal, because the records show what the staff ate too, and they had roast beef and plum pudding. Not the same quantity or quality as what the king got, obviously, but the same basic concept. On Christmas, even the lowest servants got roast beef. This matters, because for most of the year, servants ate much simpler fare: bread, cheese, leftover scraps from the family table. Roast beef was a luxury they couldn't normally access. But on Christmas, there's this idea, carried through from medieval open house traditions, that everyone should feast. That abundance should be shared, even if not equally. By Victorian times, this becomes formalised. Victoria and Albert feeding their staff on Christmas Eve. The tradition of Boxing Day gifts. The idea that Christmas generosity extends beyond your family to include the people who serve you. Is this system just? Is it right that some people get 18-pound roasts while others get scraps most of the year? Of course not. But within an unjust system, these Christmas traditions at least acknowledge that even servants are human, deserve recognition, should occasionally experience abundance. It's not enough. But it's something, and you can trace the slow evolution of workers' rights partly through how Christmas charity becomes Christmas obligation becomes Christmas rights. Let me take you to Victoria's 1894 Christmas feast at Osborne House, because this is when the Victorian Christmas menu reaches its peak. The menu was written in French, a tradition dating back to the Norman conquest, actually. French had been the language of English courts for centuries, and even in 1894 royal menus were still composed in French. But let me translate it for you. Calf's head consommé garnished with truffle quenelles, coxcombs and mushrooms, carrot soup flavoured with celery and ham, salmon steaks dressed with hollandaise sauce, baron of beef, boar's head, still appearing ceremonially after all these centuries, game pies, turkey, plum pudding, mince pies, multiple soups, multiple fish courses, multiple meat courses, multiple desserts, and this meal started at 9 p.m. and lasted for hours. Contemporary accounts tell us Victoria suffered from indigestion. Can you blame her? Look at what she was eating. And not just on Christmas. This level of indulgence was expected at every formal royal meal. But here's what the Victorian feast represents: the culmination of centuries of Christmas dining tradition. You've got the medieval boar's head, still present ceremonially. You've got the Tudor turkey, now fully traditional. You've got Georgian refinements like the elaborate sauces. You've got new Victorian innovations in desserts. It's Christmas dinner as historical anthology. Every era of British Christmas dining represented on one table. Now let's jump to the 20th century, because this is when everything changes again. 2 world wars, food rationing, economic upheaval, social revolution, the breakdown of the rigid class system. Suddenly, the elaborate multi-course Christmas feasts of the Victorian and Edwardian eras become impossible, and then even after they become possible again, they seem inappropriate, excessive, out of touch. The modern royal Christmas dinner, what Elizabeth II ate and what Charles III eats today, is remarkably restrained compared to Victoria's feasts. Turkey, yes, but one turkey, not turkey and beef, and boar's head and pheasant. Roasted vegetables, Brussels sprouts, potatoes, cranberry sauce, bread sauce, Christmas pudding for dessert. It's elaborate by normal standards, sure, but it's recognisably similar to what millions of middle-class families eat. That's the point. The modern royal family can't be seen as excessively indulgent, can't flaunt wealth and abundance when many of their subjects are struggling. And Charles III has taken this further. He's banned foie gras at all royal residences because of how it's produced. He emphasises local, sustainable sourcing. The Christmas meal at Sandringham includes beef from cattle raised on the royal estates, connecting back to that Georgian ideal of food being local and specific, but now with an environmental consciousness that earlier eras didn't have. The modern royal Christmas feast is about responsibility, about modelling the kind of consumption we should all aspire to. Special, yes, but not wasteful. Abundant, yes, but sustainable. It's a long way from stuffing 5 birds inside each other. You know what this entire journey through royal Christmas feasts teaches us? That there's no such thing as traditional Christmas dinner. There's only what feels traditional to us right now, in this moment, with our particular history and values. The Normans thought boar's head was essential. The Tudors thought turkey was exotic. The Victorians thought multi-course formal dining was necessary. We think sustainability is important. Each era adapts Christmas dining to reflect its values, its resources, its understanding of what celebration means, and each era thinks its way is traditional, is right, is how Christmas dinner should be. In 100 years, people will look back at our Christmas dinners and think they're as strange as we think the Tudor Christmas pie is strange. They'll wonder why we ate what we ate, why we thought it was traditional, what our food choices reveal about our culture and values. Because that's what Christmas dinner always is, a mirror of who we are, what we believe, what we think is worth celebrating. Wrapped up in turkey and pudding and vegetables, there's an entire worldview. So that's the evolution of the royal Christmas feast, from boar's head to turkey, from performative excess to sustainable abundance, from food as power to food as tradition to food as responsibility. But there's one more aspect of royal Christmas we haven't fully explored yet. One tradition that's existed for 1,000 years, that's been political and personal, obligatory and genuine, calculated and heartfelt, gift-giving. The presents that kings and queens exchanged with each other, with their courtiers, with their families. Because like food, gifts tell us everything about power, about relationships, about what matters in any given era. From Anne Boleyn's strategic presents to Henry VIII, to Elizabeth I's gift lists as intelligence gathering, to Victoria's handmade gift from her children, to modern joke presents among the current royal family. The story of royal Christmas gifts is the story of how we express love, obligation, alliance, and power through objects. Let's unwrap that story next. Every gift tells a story. But royal gifts, they tell novels, epic poems, sometimes tragedies. Because when you give a gift to a king or queen, you're not just giving an object. You're making a statement about your wealth, your taste, your loyalty, your ambition. You're entering into a transaction where the currency is favour and the stakes can be your entire future. And when a monarch gives you a gift in return, that's their verdict on your offering, on your worth, on your place in their world. For 1,000 years, the exchange of Christmas and New Year's gifts at the English court has been one of the most sophisticated, high-stakes social rituals ever devised. It's gift-giving as chess, as warfare, as love language, as power structure. And the most fascinating part? We can trace the entire evolution of the British monarchy, from medieval warlords to modern celebrities, just by looking at what they gave each other for Christmas. Let me show you how. Let's start with the Tudor era, because this is when royal gift-giving becomes systematised, documented, weaponised. Every New Year's Day during the Tudor period, courtiers were expected to present gifts to the monarch. Not optional, not if you feel like it, required. And not just any gifts, gifts appropriate to your station, your wealth, your relationship with the crown. And here's the brilliant, terrifying part. Everything was recorded. There are surviving documents called New Year's gift rolls that list every single gift the monarch received, who gave it, and what they got in return, down to the smallest detail. These weren't just receipts, they were intelligence reports, political documents, maps of power relationships. In 1532, Anne Boleyn, still technically just Henry VIII's mistress, not yet his wife, gave the king a set of richly decorated boar spear holders. We know this because it was written down, preserved, analysed by historians 500 years later. Think about Anne's calculation in choosing that gift. Boar spears, hunting equipment, masculine, martial. It's saying, I understand you. I appreciate your interests. I'm different from Catherine, who gives you religious items and embroidered shirts. I'm exciting, dangerous, wild. That gift is seduction wrapped in leather and gold, and it worked. Within months, Henry was moving heaven and earth to marry her. Did the boar spear holders cause that? Of course not. But they were part of a larger campaign, and they showed Anne understood something crucial. Gifts are messages, and the right message at the right time can change history. Now let's talk about the opposite side of Tudor gift-giving. What happens when you get it wrong? There's a story, possibly apocryphal but too perfect not to share, about a courtier who gave Henry VIII a relatively modest gift one New Year. Something safe, unremarkable. Henry's response? He gave the man an equally modest gift in return, in front of the entire court. In a system where the value of the gift you receive from the king directly correlates to your status, this was a public declaration. You are unimportant to me. The courtier's influence at court evaporated, not because Henry said anything directly, but because everyone saw the exchange. Everyone understood the message. That's the genius and the cruelty of the Tudor gift system. It makes your worth visible, quantifiable, public. You can't hide behind titles or claims of loyalty. The gift exchange reveals truth. How much does the monarch actually value you? What are you really worth to them? And everyone's watching. Everyone's calculating. He gave a gold cup and received a purse with 20 sovereigns. That means the king values him highly. She gave an embroidered cushion and received nothing. she's out of favour. It's transparent power dynamics, and there's nowhere to hide. Let's jump to Elizabeth I because she took her father's system and perfected it into something even more sophisticated. Elizabeth had particular expectations for New Year's gifts. She liked jewellery, she liked clothing, embroidered gloves, decorated purses, ornate gowns. She liked things that were both beautiful and useful, but more importantly, she paid attention to trends in what people gave her. If suddenly several courtiers start giving gifts with similar themes or from similar artisans, she notices, are they coordinating, forming factions, who's influencing whom? The gift lists become an intelligence tool, a way of mapping the social networks of her court, and Elizabeth's gifts in return were equally calculated. She had workshops that produced gifts specifically for courtiers, gilded items, embroidered goods, purses with varying amounts of money. The gift you received wasn't random. It was precisely calibrated to your rank, your current favour, and what message Elizabeth wanted to send you. There's a documented instance where a foreign ambassador presented Elizabeth with what he clearly thought was a magnificent gift, some expensive piece of jewellery or decorative object. Elizabeth accepted it graciously, smiled, thanked him, and then immediately gave it to one of her ladies-in-waiting, right there, in front of the ambassador. Can you imagine? You've just given what you think is a gift worthy of a queen, and she hands it off to a servant while you're still standing there. The message is devastating. This is lovely, for someone of lower rank, not for me. And it's done with perfect courtesy, perfect grace. Elizabeth never says this is inadequate. She doesn't need to. The action speaks. This is Elizabeth's genius, using gift-giving not just to reward loyalty, but to communicate subtle messages about diplomacy, about appropriate behaviour, about what it means to understand and respect the English crown. Now here's something that might surprise you. For all the political calculation of Tudor gift-giving, there were also moments of genuine affection. We know that Elizabeth treasured certain gifts from people she truly cared about. Robert Dudley, her longtime favourite and possible love, gave her gifts that she kept for years. Not because they were the most expensive, though they were always fine, but because they came from him. There are inventories of Elizabeth's possessions after her death that show she kept personal items from people she loved, even after those people died. Gifts from her governess, from childhood friends, from courtiers who'd served her faithfully. So even within this system of political gift-giving, there was room for sentiment, for memory, for connection that transcended calculation. That's what makes the Tudor gift system so fascinating. It's both cynically political and genuinely human, both transactional and emotional, and the best courtiers understood how to navigate both aspects, how to give gifts that served their political interests while also expressing authentic feeling. Let's shift to Victoria and Albert, because they transform royal gift-giving from political transaction into family ritual. Remember, Victoria and Albert adopted the German custom of exchanging gifts on Christmas Eve rather than New Year's Day, and they did it as a family, in private, away from the court. Their gifts to each other tell a completely different story than Tudor gifts. Albert gave Victoria art, sculptures, paintings, jewellery, yes, but jewellery he'd helped design, that reflected his artistic taste and his understanding of what she'd like. Victoria gave Albert similar things, art objects, books, items for his collections. These weren't strategic gifts meant to consolidate power. They were expressions of a genuine, passionate marriage. But here's what's most touching: the gifts from their children. Victoria and Albert encouraged their 9 children to make gifts by hand, draw pictures, embroider handkerchiefs, create things themselves rather than just having servants buy expensive items, and Victoria treasured these homemade gifts above almost anything else. Her journals are full of descriptions of the children's handmade presents, how much they meant to her, how she displayed them in her rooms. After Albert died, those handmade gifts from the children became even more precious. They were connections to happier times, proof that despite her grief, she still had family, still had love, still had people who cared enough to create things with their own hands for her. That's a completely different vision of royal gift-giving, not about power or politics or status, about family, about the work of making something for someone you love being more valuable than any amount of money could buy. Now let me tell you about Victorian gift-giving to servants, because this is where the public and private collide in interesting ways. Every Christmas Eve, Victoria and Albert would distribute gifts to their household staff, over 100 people, and these weren't token gifts. They were substantial. Clothing, books, food items, things chosen with at least some consideration for the individual. Was this genuine generosity? Partly. Victoria did care about her servants as individuals, as much as someone in her position could. But it was also performance. It was demonstrating Victorian values, that the wealthy have obligations to those who serve them, that Christmas is a time for charity, that good employers take care of their people, and it was calculated to ensure loyalty. A servant who receives generous gifts at Christmas is less likely to gossip about the royal family, less likely to steal, more likely to serve faithfully. So even Victoria's most genuine gift-giving had layers. It could be simultaneously heartfelt and strategic, personal and political. That's the nature of royal gifts. They're never just one thing. Let me take you to a specific moment that captures the evolution of royal gift-giving. 1907, the Sandringham Commission. King Edward VII, Victoria's son, decided to commission something special from Fabergé, the legendary Russian jeweller. Not just one piece, an entire collection. Fabergé was instructed to create hard stone sculptures of the royal family's favourite animals, dogs, horses, specifically the animals at Sandringham, the royal estate, Edward's beloved terrier Caesar, the family's favourite horses, farm animals, wild creatures from the estate. This became the largest single order ever placed through Fabergé's London branch. Dozens of pieces, each one meticulously crafted, each animal captured with perfect detail and personality. Now, on one level, this is ridiculous. Stone sculptures of your pets. It's indulgent. It's excessive. It's exactly the kind of thing that would make critics of the monarchy roll their eyes. But on another level, it's deeply personal. These aren't generic royal symbols. They're specific animals that Edward loved. Caesar in particular was so important to Edward that the dog would walk in his funeral procession 3 years later. The Sandringham Commission represents Edwardian gift-giving. Lavish, yes, but focused on personal meaning rather than political messaging. It's gift-giving as autobiography, as creating permanent memorials to the things you love. And here's what's beautiful. Those Fabergé animals are still in the royal collection today. Over a century later, tourists visiting royal exhibitions can see Caesar captured in hardstone, frozen forever, a testament to a king's love for his dog. That's the power of gifts. They outlive us. They tell stories long after we're gone. Now I need to tell you about a modern royal gift tradition that perfectly captures how much things have changed. The joke presents. Apparently the current royal family, following a tradition established during Elizabeth II's reign, gives each other humorous, playful gifts on Christmas Eve. Not just serious, valuable items, funny things, gag gifts. The most famous example? Princess Anne reportedly once gave her brother Charles a leather toilet seat as a joke. Can you imagine Elizabeth receiving a toilet seat? Henry VIII, the political chaos that would ensue? But in the modern royal family, it's endearing. It shows they have a sense of humour, that they're a real family who tease each other and laugh together. This is what royal gift-giving has become in the 21st century, a way of demonstrating relatability, showing that despite the palaces and titles, they're just a family exchanging gifts like any other family. Except, of course, they're also exchanging serious gifts. Charles and Camilla give each other jewellery, art, items for their collections. William and Kate give each other thoughtful presents that reflect their genuine relationship. So modern royal gift-giving operates on two levels simultaneously. The public level, where we hear about joke presents and handmade items from the great-grandchildren, which shows them as relatable and human. And the private level, where they're still exchanging valuable gifts, still maintaining traditions of generosity and taste. It's gift-giving for the Instagram age, curated to present the right image while maintaining private traditions we'll never fully see. Let me share something that doesn't get talked about enough: the economics of royal gift-giving. For centuries, being part of the royal Christmas gift exchange was financially ruinous for many courtiers. You had to give gifts that reflected your status, which often meant spending far beyond your means, and you couldn't opt out without signalling that you were withdrawing from court life entirely. There are documented cases of Tudor and Stuart courtiers going into debt to afford appropriate Christmas gifts for the monarch, borrowing money, selling property, all to maintain their position at court. Because here's the thing, the gift you gave might be expensive, but the favour you lost by not giving an impressive gift could cost you everything: your lands, your titles, your family's future. So you spent the money, even if you couldn't afford it, because not spending it was more expensive in the long run. This created a system where courtiers were financially dependent on royal favour to recoup what they spent on royal gifts. You give an expensive gift, you hopefully get rewarded with a position or grant that more than covers the cost. If you don't get that reward, you're in trouble. It's like a high-stakes casino where the house always wins, and you have to keep playing or lose everything. The Victorian era started to shift this. As the monarchy became less directly involved in government, as aristocratic influence waned, the economic pressure of royal gift-giving decreased. You could give modest gifts without it destroying your career. And in the modern era, the royal family is actually careful not to accept gifts that might create obligations or appear as bribes. There are rules, limits, transparency requirements. Royal gift-giving has gone from being an economic burden to being carefully regulated to prevent corruption. That's a massive cultural shift. You know what strikes me about this entire history of royal gift-giving? How it mirrors the evolution of the monarchy itself. Tudor gifts were about power, obligation, political manoeuvring. Because Tudor monarchy was about power, obligation, political manoeuvring. Victorian gifts were about family, sentiment, but also about demonstrating proper values to the nation. Because Victorian monarchy was about being a moral exemplar, a model family. Modern royal gifts are about being relatable while maintaining appropriate dignity. Because modern monarchy is about being relatable while maintaining appropriate dignity. The gifts people give and receive at Christmas aren't separate from royal identity. They are royal identity, made tangible. They show us what monarchs value, what they want others to see, what they're trying to communicate about themselves and their relationship with their subjects. And that's true for all of us, isn't it? The gifts we give tell people who we are, what we care about, how we see our relationships. Royal gift-giving is just that universal human behaviour amplified, documented, preserved for historians to analyse centuries later. So that's the evolution of royal Christmas gifts, from Anne Boleyn's strategic boar spears to Elizabeth Thurser's calculating intelligence operations, to Victoria's treasured handmade children's gifts to Princess Anne's toilet seat joke. It's a journey from gifts as political weapons to gifts as family connection, from obligation to affection, from calculation to playfulness. But there's one more chapter in this story we need to explore. One final era of royal Christmas that represents the last gasp of the old aristocratic world before everything changed forever. The Edwardian Christmas, Edward VII and Queen Alexandra's decade of elegance, sophistication, and glittering excess. A Christmas that combined centuries of tradition with cutting-edge technology, international glamour, and an art of living that would never be quite recaptured. It was the last truly carefree royal Christmas before the shadows of World War changed everything. Let's step into that golden age while we still can. There's a photograph from Christmas 1913 that breaks my heart every time I see it. It shows the royal family at Sandringham. Edward VII has been dead for 3 years, but his son George VI is maintaining all the traditions. Everyone's dressed in their finest. The Christmas tree glitters with electric lights. Still a novelty then. The table is laden with food, everyone's smiling, and in less than 8 months Britain will be at war. Within 4 years, a generation of young men will be dead. Within 6 years, the Russian royal family, many of them relatives of the people in this photograph, will be murdered in a basement. The Edwardian era gets remembered as a golden age, a time of elegance and certainty and beauty. And it was all of those things. But it was also the last moment before everything changed forever. The last time Christmas felt truly carefree at the royal court. Let me take you into that world. That glittering, sophisticated, ultimately doomed world of Edwardian Christmas. Because understanding what was lost helps us understand what came after. Edward VII became king in 1901 when his mother Victoria finally died after 63 years on the throne. He was 59 years old. He'd spent his entire adult life waiting to be king, training for a job he couldn't start, living in his mother's shadow. And the moment he became king, everything about the monarchy changed. Victoria had been formal, mourning, serious. Her Christmas celebrations, while genuine, were always tinged with grief for Albert. There was always this sense of loss hanging over everything. Edward swept all of that away. He loved pleasure, loved entertaining, loved surrounding himself with beautiful things and interesting people. And Christmas at Sandringham, his private estate in Norfolk, became the most elegant, sophisticated celebration Britain had seen in decades. But here's what's interesting. Edward didn't abandon his mother's traditions. He kept the German Christmas tree. He kept the family gift exchange on Christmas Eve. He kept the servants' Christmas dinner. He kept all of Victoria's innovations. He just made them more glamorous, more cosmopolitan, more fun. That's the Edwardian genius, taking Victorian respectability and adding sparkle. Let me paint you a picture of Christmas at Sandringham under Edward VII. You arrive on December 23rd if you're an invited guest, and being invited to the royal Christmas is the ultimate social achievement. You bring your valet or lady's maid because you're going to be changing clothes multiple times a day. The house is decorated in the latest style. Yes, there are traditional evergreen boughs and holly and ivy, but there are also hothouse flowers shipped in from around the empire, orchids from India, exotic blooms that cost a fortune. Because Edwardian Christmas is about abundance, but refined abundance. Not Tudor excess, that would be vulgar. Carefully curated beauty, and the lighting. This is crucial. Sandringham has electricity, which is still relatively rare in 1907. The Christmas tree is lit not with dangerous candles but with electric lights. They're expensive. Each bulb is individually blown glass, imported, delicate. But the effect is magical. A tree that glows without the risk of fire, without the smell of wax and smoke. It's Christmas stepping into the modern age while keeping one foot in tradition. Now let's talk about the Christmas Eve gift exchange, because this is where Edwardian taste really shows. The royal family maintained the German tradition of exchanging gifts on Christmas Eve, but the gifts reflected Edwardian cosmopolitanism in a way Victoria's generation couldn't have imagined. Edward gave Queen Alexandra jewellery from Fabergé. Not just any jewellery, pieces he'd commissioned specifically, working with the designer to create things that suited her taste. Art Nouveau pieces, delicate enamel work, things that were modern, artistic, sophisticated. Alexandra gave Edward items from her Danish heritage, Scandinavian silver, porcelain from Royal Copenhagen. She'd spend her summers in Denmark, visiting her family, and she'd shop for Christmas gifts in Copenhagen, bringing back pieces that connected Edward to her homeland, her identity. And their gifts to each other weren't just expensive objects, they were conversations. I know what you love, I understand your aesthetic. I've thought about who you are and what would bring you joy. That's very different from Tudor political gifts or even Victorian sentiment. Edwardian gifts are about taste, about connoisseurship, about participating in a shared culture of beauty and refinement. But here's my favourite detail about Edwardian Christmas at Sandringham, the Christmas dinner timing. Dinner started at 9 p.m, not 6 p.m. like we might eat, not even 7 or 8, 9 o'clock at night, and it lasted for hours, multiple courses, but you had to consume everything within 1 hour. After that hour, courses would be cleared regardless of whether you'd finished. It was a test of endurance and eating speed, wrapped in elegance. The menu would include all the traditional items, turkey, plum pudding, mince pies, but also signets. That's young swans, still legal for royalty to eat, still served at formal dinners to show that some medieval privileges remained. Imagine being a guest at that dinner. You're wearing formal evening dress, white tie for men, elaborate gowns for women. You're seated according to strict protocol. The table is set with gold and silver plate that's centuries old, and you're racing through an enormous meal because Edward doesn't like dinners to drag on. After dinner, the ladies would retire to the drawing room. The gentlemen would follow in 20 minutes, not hours of port and cigars like in Victoria's time. Edward found that boring. He'd shorten the ritual drastically, and then entertainment. Maybe a dance, maybe a command performance of the season's most fashionable play with professional actors brought to Sandringham. Maybe bridge. Edward loved card games. Or perhaps a turn in the American-style bowling alley Edward had installed in the house. Yes, you read that right. Sandringham had a bowling alley in 1901. Because Edward VII thought bowling was fun, so by God he'd have a bowling alley in his house. That's the Edwardian spirit. Centuries-old traditions plus whatever modern convenience or entertainment strikes your fancy. Now let's talk about Alexandra, because she's often overlooked, and that's a mistake. Queen Alexandra was Danish, the daughter of the future King of Denmark. She was beautiful, considered one of the most beautiful women in Europe, and she had exquisite taste. But she was also deaf. A childhood illness had damaged her hearing, and by the time she became queen, she was severely hard of hearing. Can you imagine being Queen of England, expected to participate in elaborate social events and struggling to hear conversations? The constant strain of trying to follow what people are saying, pretending you've heard when you haven't, the exhaustion of it. Christmas at Sandringham must have been overwhelming for her. All those guests, all that noise, all that expectation. But here's what's touching. Edward accommodated her. He made sure she was seated where she could see faces, could lip read. He shortened social events because he knew they tired her. And at private family moments, Christmas morning gift exchanges, he created quiet spaces where Alexandra could actually participate without the stress of large gatherings. This is the private Edward, the one who loved his wife despite his many affairs, who wanted her to be comfortable and happy even when he was unfaithful. It's complicated and human and very Edwardian. Public glamour masking private accommodation, personal kindness within a system of social performance. Let me tell you about the servants' Christmas at Sandringham, because it shows how the class system was evolving, slowly, incompletely, but definitely changing. On Boxing Day, December 26th, the servants had their own Christmas feast, and it was genuine feasting. Roast beef, turkey, plum pudding, food that servants couldn't normally afford. But more than that, there was an element of celebration, of the family acknowledging that the staff were people with lives and feelings and deserving of special treatment. Edward and Alexandra would make appearances at the servants' dinner, not to supervise or check on them, but to wish them well, to raise a glass, to acknowledge their work. This is different from medieval charity, where nobles fed peasants to demonstrate their power. This is moving towards something more modern. The idea that employers have obligations to employees, that service deserves recognition, that class divisions should at least be acknowledged as somewhat arbitrary, rather than divinely ordained. It's not equality, not even close. The servants still lived in tiny rooms, worked brutal hours, had almost no privacy. But it's a step toward recognizing their humanity. And Christmas was when that recognition was most visible. Now I need to talk about what happened in December 1910, because it shows how quickly everything could change. Edward VII died in May 1910. His son George V, formerly the Duke of York, never expecting to be king, suddenly found himself monarch. And 6 months later, he had to host his first Christmas at Sandringham. George was nothing like his father. Edward had been outgoing, sophisticated, pleasure-loving. George was shy, serious, dutiful. Edward loved fashion and high society. George loved stamp collecting and routine. But George understood something important. Traditions matter. People loved Edwardian Christmas. It represented stability, continuity, Britain at its best. So George maintained everything. Same schedule, same decorations, same gift exchanges, same Christmas dinner menu. Everything his father had done, George did, even though it didn't entirely suit his personality. Why? Because Christmas wasn't about what George personally wanted. It was about what the country needed. A sense that despite the king dying, despite everything changing, Christmas remained the same. That's a mature understanding of monarchy. It's not about you. It's about the role you're playing, the continuity you represent. And George would need that understanding because 4 years later, the world would break apart and Christmas would never be quite the same again. Let me share something that doesn't get talked about enough. Edwardian Christmas was expensive. Ruinously expensive. Running Sandringham cost a fortune under Edward. The staff alone numbered in the dozens. The house was enormous, difficult to heat even with modern systems. The cost of entertaining guests for a week, feeding them elaborate meals, providing entertainment, it was staggering. And Edward's spending on Christmas was part of a larger pattern. He spent money constantly, on clothes, horses, yachts, entertaining. He was living off the income from his estates and from the government, but he was always spending more than he should. George V had to economise when he became king. Not drastically, it's still a royal Christmas, but he cut back. Fewer guests, less elaborate entertainment, more focus on family, less on impressing society. and this foreshadows something important. The Edwardian lifestyle was unsustainable. It was built on cheap labour, colonial wealth, the assumption that Britain would always be the richest, most powerful country in the world. World War I would shatter all of those assumptions, and the post-war world would have no patience for aristocratic excess. The glittering Edwardian Christmas was only possible because nobody knew it was about to end. Let me tell you about one specific technological innovation that changed Edwardian Christmas: the phonograph. By 1910, wealthy households could have phonographs, record players, and for the first time in human history, you could have music at Christmas without live musicians. This sounds like a small thing, but think about what it means. For 1,000 years, if you wanted music at Christmas, you needed people who could sing or play instruments. If you were wealthy, you hired musicians. If you were poor, you sang yourself or went without. Now, suddenly, you could put on a record and have professional quality music in your home. Opera, classical, Christmas carols performed by trained choirs. Sandringham had a phonograph. The royal family could listen to recorded music on Christmas Day. They still had live music for formal dinners. Hiring a gramophone would have been tacky. But for private family moments, they had this modern convenience. And within 20 years, radio would take this even further. Within 50 years, television would bring visual entertainment into homes. The Edwardians were living at the beginning of technological change that would completely transform how we experience Christmas. They couldn't have known it, but that phonograph in the corner was the future arriving. The beginning of the end of live communal Christmas entertainment. The start of our modern, media-saturated holiday. Here's something bittersweet. We have photographs from Edwardian Christmases, not many. Photography was still relatively specialised, and you didn't photograph casual family moments the way we do now. But there are official portraits. Images of the royal family dressed in their Christmas finest, the children with toys, the decorated rooms. And when you look at these photographs, knowing what's coming, the war, the end of that world, they're almost unbearably poignant. There's one photograph of George V's children at Christmas 1913. They're young, happy, playing with toys, and within a decade the eldest son, Edward, the future Edward VIII, will be traumatized by his experiences in World War I. He'll eventually abdicate the throne for the woman he loves, causing a constitutional crisis. But in 1913, he's just a boy at Christmas, innocent, unaware. That's what the Edwardian photographs show us. A world that doesn't know it's about to disappear. People celebrating Christmas with no idea that this is the last time it will feel this way. You know what I find most striking about Edwardian Christmas? The tension between old and new. Electric lights on a traditional Christmas tree. Phonographs playing next to centuries-old royal portraits. American bowling alleys in medieval estates. Fabergé modernist jewellery alongside Victorian sentiment. The Edwardians were trying to have it both ways, to embrace modernity while maintaining tradition, to be cutting edge and rooted in the past simultaneously. And for 10 years, it worked. They pulled it off. They created a Christmas that was both innovative and comforting, glamorous and familiar. But that balance was fragile. It depended on peace, prosperity, social stability, things that seemed eternal in 1910 but would prove heartbreakingly temporary. When World War I ended, Britain had lost nearly 1 million men. The economy was shattered, the old certainties were gone, and Christmas would have to be rebuilt for a new world. The next generations of royals would face challenges the Edwardians never imagined. Global depression, another world war, decolonization, the rise of mass media, public skepticism about aristocratic privilege. And through all of that, they would maintain Christmas traditions, adapting them, yes, modernizing them certainly, but never abandoning them. Because if there's one thing this entire journey has taught us, it's that Christmas traditions are remarkably resilient. They survive wars, revolutions, social upheaval. They evolve, but they endure. So that's Edwardian Christmas. Elegant, sophisticated, poised on the edge of catastrophe without knowing it. The last time a British monarch could celebrate Christmas with complete confidence that the world they knew would continue unchanged. But the world did change, dramatically. And the final chapter of our story is about how the monarchy and its Christmas traditions adapted to survive in the 20th and 21st centuries. We're about to meet Elizabeth II, whose 70-year reign would see Christmas transformed from a private royal ritual to a public broadcast event watched by millions. We'll see how Charles III is adapting these ancient traditions for an age of climate crisis and social media. We'll discover how a holiday that began with William the Conqueror's terrifying coronation became the family-focused celebration we know today. The story comes full circle, and the lessons are profound. Let's bring it home. Christmas Day, 1952. For the first time in history, millions of people gather around radios to hear their monarch speak directly to them on Christmas afternoon. King George VI had started the Christmas broadcast tradition in 1932, following in his father George V's footsteps. But this year is different. This year, the king is dead. His daughter Elizabeth, just 26 years old, newly crowned, is speaking to her subjects for the first time as queen. And she's nervous. You can hear it in her voice. This young woman, thrust into a role she never expected. Her uncle's abdication changed everything. Now has to maintain traditions while creating her own path forward. She begins. Each Christmas at this time, my beloved father broadcast a message to his people in all parts of the world. Today I am doing this to you, who are now my people. My people. Can you imagine the weight of those words? The responsibility? The awareness that everything has changed and yet everything must continue? That's the challenge of modern royal Christmas, honouring 1,000 years of tradition while adapting to a world that would be unrecognisable to William the Conqueror, to Henry VIII, even to Victoria. Let me show you how they've done it. How Christmas at Sandringham today connects to that terrified Norman king shaking at his coronation, and why these traditions still matter in 2025. Elizabeth II would reign for 70 years, 70 Christmases as queen, and through all of them she maintained the traditions her great-great-grandmother Victoria established. Christmas at Sandringham, every year. The family gathers at the Norfolk estate, the same place Edward VII made glamorous, where George V maintained continuity, where George VI tried to preserve normalcy through World War II. The Christmas tree goes up. German tradition, Charlotte's legacy, Victoria and Albert's gift to British culture, still decorated in a traditional style. No trendy themes, no designer makeovers, just a tree that looks like it could be from any year in the past 150 years. Gifts are still exchanged on Christmas Eve, laid out on trestle tables, each family member having their own table, still unwrapped in the German style, a direct connection to Albert's childhood in 1840s Germany. And on Christmas morning, they walk to St. Mary Magdalene Church, the small parish church on the estate. The public can watch them walk there. It's become a tradition, people lining the path to see the royal family. And after the service, they stop to chat with well-wishers, accept flowers, pose for photographs. This is modern monarchy, maintaining private traditions while making them public enough that people feel connected, feel like they know the family, without revealing so much that the mystery disappears entirely. But here's what's changed: the Christmas broadcast. George V started it in 1932 on radio. George VI continued it. Elizabeth II made it her own, first on radio, then adding television in 1957, and eventually pre-recording it rather than doing it live. And that broadcast, that 10-minute message every Christmas afternoon, became one of the most watched television events of the year. Not just in Britain, around the Commonwealth, around the world. Think about what this represents. For 1,000 years, the monarch's Christmas was private or semi-private. You might know they held a feast, but you didn't see it. You didn't hear their thoughts. You didn't sit in your living room and watch the Queen reflect on the year, speak about her faith, acknowledge current events. The Christmas broadcast democratized royal Christmas. It brought the monarch into ordinary homes. It made the Queen, and now the King, feel like someone you knew, someone who cared about the same things you did. Elizabeth II was brilliant at this. She'd talk about her family, carefully without too much detail. She'd reference her faith, her sense of duty, her connection to people across the Commonwealth. She'd acknowledge hardships, wars, economic struggles, natural disasters, while offering comfort and hope. And millions of people, across generations and classes and continents, would pause their Christmas celebrations to watch, to listen, to feel for 10 minutes, connected to something larger than themselves. That's modern royal Christmas. Tradition as broadcast, as shared national experience, as something that belongs to everyone, even though it's rooted in one family's rituals. Let me tell you about the Christmas dinner at Sandringham today, because it shows how traditions adapt while maintaining their core. The family still gathers for Christmas lunch, not dinner at 9 p.m. like Edward VII, but a more reasonable lunchtime. Turkey, yes, descended from Henry VIII's exotic bird. Roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts, cranberry sauce, bread sauce, all the trimmings that became traditional during the Victorian era, but no signets, no boar's head, even ceremonially. No elaborate multi-course meal requiring hours. It's a nice Christmas dinner, yes. Better quality ingredients than most of us can afford, certainly. But it's not the performative excess of previous eras. After lunch, they watch the Queen's, now the King's, Christmas broadcast together, the family watching the pre-recorded message along with everyone else. And then, apparently, they play charades, board games, the kinds of things any family might do on Christmas afternoon. In the evening, there's a buffet, Stilton cheese, York ham carved by the head chef in the dining room, the only time the chef enters to carve meat personally. More elaborate than lunch, but still recognizable as a meal a wealthy family might have. And throughout all of this, they're maintaining German traditions brought by Charlotte and Albert. Gifts on Christmas Eve, the Christmas tree, the focus on family rather than court ceremony. It's Christmas that's simultaneously royal and relatable, special but not alienating. A performance of tradition that feels authentic because it is authentic. These aren't made-up rituals for cameras. They're genuine family customs that happen to be documented and broadcast. Now let's talk about something that often gets overlooked. How the royal family has modernized Christmas while maintaining tradition. Prince Philip, Elizabeth's second husband, brought his own influences. He was Greek Orthodox originally, and while he converted to Anglicanism, some of his cultural background influenced how the family celebrated. More relaxed, less rigidly formal than George III's generation. Prince Charles, now King Charles III, has brought environmental consciousness. He banned foie gras from royal residences because of how it's produced. He emphasizes local, sustainable sourcing for Christmas meals. The decorations at royal residences include more natural, sustainably sourced materials. This is tradition adapting to contemporary values. Charles isn't abandoning the Christmas tree or the gift exchange or the church service, but he's saying, in the 21st century, royal Christmas should reflect responsibility toward the environment, toward animal welfare, toward sustainable living. William and Kate, the Prince and Princess of Wales, are bringing even more modernization. Their Christmas cards show casual family photographs, not formal portraits. They've been open about wanting their children to have as normal a Christmas as possible despite being royals. They mix royal traditions with middle-class sensibilities, and this is how traditions survive, by adapting, by keeping the core, family, connection, reflection, celebration, while changing the details to reflect contemporary values and circumstances. But here's something that breaks my heart a bit. Christmas has become harder for the modern royals because of media scrutiny. When Edward VII hosted Christmas at Sandringham, newspapers might report that he did so, but they didn't investigate every detail, didn't photograph every moment, didn't speculate endlessly about family tensions or disagreements. Now, every Christmas walk to church is photographed from dozens of angles. Every facial expression is analysed. Who stood next to whom? Who smiled at whom? Who wasn't present and what that might mean? The 2018 Christmas was reportedly tense because of tensions between William and Harry. The 2019 Christmas, Harry and Meghan were absent. They'd gone to Canada, beginning their eventual exit from royal life. The 2020 Christmas was disrupted by COVID. The 2021 Christmas was Philip's first absence. He died that April. And all of this, all the private family grief and tension and adjustment, happens in public, documented, analysed, commented upon by millions of people who feel entitled to opinions about how the royal family should celebrate Christmas. Can you imagine trying to maintain meaningful family traditions when every moment is watched, judged, turned into content for news cycles and social media? This is the dark side of modern royal Christmas. The price of remaining relevant and connected to the public is giving up privacy, accepting that even your most personal moments become public property. Let me tell you about one Christmas moment that captures both the best and worst of modern royal tradition, the 2021 Christmas broadcast. This was Elizabeth II's first Christmas without Philip, her husband of 73 years. He died in April. She was 95 years old, grieving, exhausted, but still maintaining her duty, still recording the Christmas message. In the broadcast, she's sitting at a desk in Windsor Castle, and on the desk beside her, prominently placed, is a photograph of her and Philip from their early years of marriage. She's positioned the photo so that Philip is symbolically with her, visible in the frame, present even in absence. She speaks about grief, about loss, about the comfort she's found in her faith, and in the support of people across the Commonwealth. Her voice is steady, but you can hear the emotion beneath the control. It's deeply moving. Millions of people watching felt genuine compassion for this elderly woman maintaining her composure, doing her duty even in grief. But it's also performance. The photograph placement wasn't accidental. It was carefully staged to convey a specific message. The words were written, practiced, delivered for maximum emotional impact. The setting, lighting, camera angles, all calculated. Is that manipulative? Or is it simply good communication? Is it inauthentic? Or is it finding the best way to express genuine emotion to a mass audience? I think it's both. It's authentically feeling grief while also performing grief for public consumption. It's real and staged simultaneously. And that's what modern royal Christmas has to be. Genuine feeling expressed through carefully managed public ritual. Now let me talk about Charles III's first Christmas as king in 2022, because it shows how traditions pass from one generation to the next. Charles maintained everything: Sandringham, the church walk, the Christmas lunch, the broadcast, all the traditions Elizabeth then had upheld. But his broadcast was different. Where Elizabeth's messages were often personal, reflective, Charles's first Christmas message was more outward-looking. He spoke about cost of living crises affecting ordinary people, about food banks, about the importance of community support during difficult times. He filmed it in a chapel, but not a grand royal chapel, a small, intimate one. The setting said, "I'm aware of my privilege, but I'm using it to highlight others' struggles, to encourage service and charity." And he emphasized environmental themes, unsurprising given his decades of environmental advocacy. Christmas as a time to reflect not just on family and faith, but on our responsibilities to the planet, to future generations. This is Charles putting his stamp on royal Christmas while maintaining its essential structure. The traditions continue, but the emphasis shifts. The performance remains, but the message adapts. Let me share something that gives me hope about the future of royal Christmas traditions. George, Charlotte, and Louis, William and Kate's children, are growing up with these traditions. They're learning the same customs that Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz brought to England in 1761. They're experiencing Christmas at Sandringham, walking to church, opening presents on Christmas Eve, eating turkey that can be traced back to Henry V, trying an exotic New World bird. And because their parents are trying to give them as normal a childhood as possible, these children are experiencing royal Christmas traditions alongside regular middle-class Christmas experiences. They're learning that you can maintain heritage while also adapting to contemporary life. That's the future of royal Christmas. Children who understand tradition, value it, but also know it has to evolve. Who can maintain the German gift exchange custom while also understanding why sustainable sourcing matters? Who can walk to a medieval church while also being comfortable with social media and global connectivity? Tradition isn't about freezing things in time. It's about carrying forward what matters while adapting what must change. You know what strikes me most as I look back over this entire journey? From William the Conqueror to Charles III, the human constant. William was terrified at his coronation, and young Elizabeth was nervous during her first Christmas broadcast. Henry VIII tried to escape his responsibilities by dressing as Robin Hood, and modern royals seek privacy and normalcy. Victoria maintained traditions through grief, and Elizabeth II did the same 70 years later. Across 1,000 years, the circumstances change, the technology changes, the social structures change. But the core human experiences, fear, love, grief, joy, the desire for connection, the need for tradition to anchor us, those remain constant. Royal Christmas traditions survive because they address those constant human needs. They give structure to celebration. They connect us to the past while we live in the present. They create shared experiences across generations and classes and centuries. When you put up a Christmas tree this year, you're participating in a tradition Charlotte brought from Germany. When you eat turkey, you're eating a bird. Henry VIII tried as an exotic novelty. When you exchange gifts with family, you're adapting customs that have evolved from medieval obligation to Victorian sentiment to modern expression. You're part of a story that's 1,000 years old and still being written. So that's the story of royal Christmases through the ages. From Norman conquest to medieval chaos to Tudor excess to Elizabethan calculation to Puritan prohibition to Georgian domesticity, to Victorian transformation, to Edwardian elegance, to modern adaptation. It's a story about power and family, about politics and love, about tradition and change. It's about how we create meaning through ritual, how we maintain connection across time, how we adapt to survive while honouring what came before. And here's the beautiful thing. These traditions aren't finished. They're still evolving. 50 years from now, historians will look back at Charles III's Christmas broadcasts and George's childhood Christmas walks to church, and they'll analyse them the same way we've analysed William the Conqueror's trembling coronation. Because traditions are living things. They change or they die, and royal Christmas traditions have survived 1,000 years by constantly adapting while maintaining their essential heart. The idea that this time of year matters, that gathering together matters, that marking the season with beauty and meaning and connection matters. Whether you're a medieval peasant hiding a Christmas celebration from Puritan authorities, or a Victorian middle-class family copying royal traditions from a newspaper engraving, or a modern person watching the King's Christmas broadcast on your phone, you're participating in something larger than yourself, something that connects you to every person who celebrated Christmas before you, and to everyone who will celebrate it after you're gone. That's the gift these royal Christmas traditions give us, the knowledge that we're part of a story that's bigger and longer and more beautiful than any single life, and that, more than any feast or gift or decoration, is what makes Christmas matter. Thank you for taking this journey with me through 1,000 years of royal Christmases. I hope you've discovered something surprising, something moving, something that changes how you think about the traditions you maintain in your own life. These stories of kings and queens, of power and love, of magnificent excess and quiet grief, they're not just historical curiosities. They're mirrors that show us who we are, what we value, how we create meaning in our lives. And speaking of stories, this is just one chapter in a much larger book. There are so many more tales to tell, so many more journeys through history waiting to be explored. The next story I have prepared for you is equally fascinating, equally surprising, equally human. So stay with me. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Turn on notifications so you don't miss what comes next. Because history isn't dead. It's alive in everything we do, every tradition we maintain, every ritual we perform, and understanding where we came from helps us understand where we're going. Until next time, may your own holidays be filled with connection, with meaning, with joy. May you create traditions worth passing forward, and may you always remember that every time you celebrate, you're part of a story that began long before you and will continue long after. Sleep well. Dream of Christmas past, present, and future. And I'll see you very soon with another story from history that will change how you see the world. Good night.